Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you all to the 14th meeting of the Planning and Environment Committee. Please check the city website for additional meeting detail information. Meetings can be viewed via live streaming on YouTube and the city website. The City of London is situated on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Lenape and Adirondack. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. The City of London is currently home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit today. As representatives of the people of the City of London, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work and live in this territory. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact pactpec@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. Before we get into the agenda here, I'd like to pause briefly for some recognitions that normally would be done at council, but due to personnel being here and not at council, I think it's appropriate to have a few words said. And I'd like to go to the Vice Chair of PAC and Deputy Mayor Lewis, please.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I'd like to share some great news that was shared with us by Harry Frujos from Zelenka Priamo earlier this week, which is that the Vision Soho project will be receiving the OPPI Plan Ontario Vision Award of Merit later this month at their annual conference. That project has involved many, many, many individuals, including many of our city staff. But in particular, I want to take this moment to recognize the work of Michael Pease, of Leif Maitland, and of Meg Sundercock, without whom there would not be shovels in the ground at South Street today. We would not see buildings rising up to provide affordable housing options for our community. They worked very tirelessly on this project. There were a number of hiccups along the way that they had to help solve as well. And well, certainly we thank all of our partners, Indwell and Zarin and Homes Unlimited and the others who are making this project happen. It would not have happened without the efforts of many staff. And to Meg, Leif, and Mike in particular, I want to extend our thanks for all of your tireless work and a little extra congratulations that this project is receiving this prestigious award.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will look now for any disclosures of pecuniary interest. Seeing none, I'd like to move on to the consent items. Look for a motion to put those items on the floor. Are you making a motion?
Yes, I will. I thought Mr. Mathers had a comment.
I will go to him
too, but I will move the consent items.
Thank you. And do I have seconder? Councilor Robbins. So I just wanted to get that on the floor. Now I'd like to go to Mr. Mathers just regarding 2.2, the adjustments appointment bylaw for deputy and chief building officials. Sean.
There we go. Thank you so much. Through the chair, I just wanted to take a moment to just acknowledge this bylaw. So this is the bylaw to appoint our new chief building official. So our new chief building official is Alan Shaw. He has many years of experience in similar roles across Ontario. We're very lucky to have him here in London. He's right over here. He's already started making improvements in the building area, and I look forward to his leadership in the years to come. So just want to acknowledge that, and thanks for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Mathers. Now we have a motion moved and seconded. Any comments or questions on the items? Councilor Rahman.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly comment on the same item, supportive of the direction that we're looking to go. I just want to ensure that communication will go to members of council when those decisions are made as just a general circulation. So we're well aware as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the committee or visiting councilors? Seeing none, I'll just, from the chair, if he allows me, just to echo Mr. Mathers, I'm welcoming Mr. Shaw. Mr. Shaw, you are inheriting a very important department. It does the work of turning the stuff that we do at planning into forwarding shovels in the ground, which was referred to by the deputy mayor. We can rezone all we want, but until we build stuff, we're not fulfilling, I guess, the good intentions of so we can get housing for Londoners. So welcome. We have a motion moved and seconded. I will call the vote.
Sorry, it's not coming up, so I'm going to have to log out and log back in, but I will vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to our scheduled items. 3.1, this is regarding 2 to 4 Audrey Avenue and 186 to 188 Huron Street. I'll look for a motion to open the PPM. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Rahman. I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Any questions of a technical nature from committee or visiting councillors? Seeing none, then I'll move to the public. I'm sorry. Councillor, please go ahead.
Yes, my question is very, very specific, and I'll save my comments for later. How many units, given the fact that this is 4 parcels, how many units would the applicant be able to have as a matter of right under the new near-campus neighborhood, well, under the near-campus neighborhood regulations without a zone change? In other words, how much could this property be intensified without a zone change?
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, without the zoning bylaw amendment, they currently are in the residential R1, so they'd be allowed to have 1 unit plus 3 additional residential units as of right.
On each of
Councillor,
the,
any other questions of a technical nature?
on each of the 4 parcels, through the chair, on each of the 4 parcels.
Go to staff for clarification. I need your mic, Councillor.
Through the chair, that's correct.
And the next,
Councillor, through the chair, please.
through the chair, the next technical question is, what is the current status of the effectiveness, enforced nature of the near-campus neighborhood regulations? Because we recently passed an amendment, but I understand there is an appeal pending. So could you tell me what the current status, through the chair, of the current near-campus neighborhood regulations are?
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, so the zoning to permit 3 additional residential units is in force. Subsequent to that coming into force, there was a separate review that was completed, and as part of that, we changed some of the parameters around how those units could be added. That second amendment is currently under appeal, but the first amendment to permit 3 additional residential units is in force.
Councillor? Thank you. I will go to the public now, and I will look for the applicant, if the applicant would like to address the committee. Please give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me well? Oh, good, good. Sorry.
Perfect.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members. My name is Daniele Sicaleiro Sembruch, and I'm a planner at Zelinka Priamu. Together with my colleague Casey and the property owner Arno Kaplansky, we are pleased to be here to present the ZBA application for 24 Audrey Avenue and 186, 188 Huron Street. Firstly, we would like to thank city staff and especially Michaela for their work on this file. Michaela prepared the staff report and did a great job. We have carefully reviewed the staff report and we welcome the approval recommendation. I just want to highlight some key points. A total of 14 dwelling units and 1 accessory building is proposed on the subject lands, and King's College University is interested in leasing these lands to have a similar renting as he has currently with the building located on Richmond Street at the corner at Epworth Avenue, and to address the need for housing in the neighborhood. As outlined in the staff report, there are some concerns with vehicle and bike parking spaces. However, we are providing a total of 14 vehicle parking spaces at a rate of 1 parking space per unit, and we are also providing 2 bicycle parking spaces, which meet the zoning regulation. Also, the subject lands are located within walking distance of King's College, Western University, bus stops on Richmond Street, and close to walking and cycling routes, which, of course, supports active modes of transportation. It's important to note that some special provisions are being required, such as the proposed rear yard and interior side yard, and those 2 are existing conditions, and it's not anticipated any new or unanticipated impacts. The proposed reduced front yard and exterior side yard maintain the streetscape character and contribute to a strong street presence. And a special provision to permit 5 bedrooms per dwelling unit is aligned with the recent city-initiated amendment, adding a much-needed housing supply to the neighborhood. Finally, the proposed intensification is consistent with the applicable policies of the PPS, conforms with the London Plan and the goals of the near-campus neighborhoods. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Now I'll go to members of the public. And just please approach the microphone on either side if you'd like to speak.
Pretty awkward, but it worked. Here I am.
Please,
My name is
sir,
Ben Lansing.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. During the 1920s, Broughdale's character began changing when the University of Western Ontario moved to a bluff overlooking the former Kingsmill Farm. With the university's relocation to Broughdale, the community was soon home to professors, other university staff, and yes, student boarders. That is from the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario. Western is a top 1% university in the world. There are 44,000 students plus from 128 countries and 362,000 alumni across 160 countries. Western has functioned before any of the current residents moved to Broughdale. All residents are aware of the existence of Western University, which is still growing, and that student housing is very much in need in 2024. There are about 8 buildings surrounding the gates in that area of the university, including the proposal that's before you. Densities range from 29 to 445 units per hectare. This particular application contemplates 82 apartments per hectare for the subject property. That's reasonable and more than appropriate. There are 4 buildings at the gates of the university that Mr. Kaplansky built. When did he build those? A few years ago in 2003. Everybody objected. It had to go to at that time, the Ontario Municipal Board for a decision. Fortunately, it passed. None of the arguments had any merit, They still don't. When Kaplansky Complex has been constructed, King's University College will also lease these buildings to provide safe, affordable, efficient, healthy accommodations housing students. All the buildings close to Western efficiently and safely provide the much-needed student housing at, I might add, no cost to King's College. The capital cost is borne by the developer, Mr. Kaplansky. The public have objected in the past, and they will object again. But I can't think of why anybody would complain about the 4 units that Mr. Kaplansky built at the Gay State University. It provides much-needed student housing. Finally, there was an article recently, it was actually in the National Post, and it was by Desjardins describing the shortage of affordable student housing. And right now, we're in a crisis. We don't have enough student housing. We need students. Students are our future. We need to house them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, if you could give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
I could do that, and thank you. My name is Stephen Patel. I've submitted a written letter that's been added to the materials for this, and I'm simply here to supplement some of what I say in that letter with some oral remarks. I'm opposed to this application, and I'm going to speak on that along a couple of different themes. I've lived in the neighborhood for a long time. Oddly enough, I did know there was a university there when I bought the property, so I was well aware of that. Indeed, I was an employee of it at the time that I bought the property. But I was also aware that we lived in a city governed by zoning laws, and that we agreed collectively as a community that we would respect those rules, and that those rules govern our decisions. They govern the reliance that we place when we make a major decision, such as the purchase of a family home, and then the commitment to maintain and develop that home and to pay the taxes on that home over time. And one of the key elements in that bargain that I made when purchasing that home was that I was buying into a neighborhood of single-family dwellings. It was a mixed neighborhood. Some of them were owned by families that lived there a long time, and some of them were owned by rental landowners who would then rent the property to students. But all of the properties were single-family homes. Right? This is not a neighborhood of apartments in the interior of this neighborhood. There are some larger buildings, but as you well know, all of those larger buildings are on major arterial roads. They are on Richmond, or they are immediately adjacent to Western's own resident properties. There are no buildings at all like what is being proposed today. And that's why I'm so concerned. Right? I'm not concerned about that we need to find places for students, but we have bylaws that would allow for that, right? More development could happen along Richmond and other arterial roads. Western is making a commitment by putting up additional residences. But it is not an answer to say that we're going to fundamentally change the nature of buildings interior to a residential neighborhood by putting up this particular significant intensification. We looked to precedent. I thought it was interesting that the previous speaker said, well, you know, the OMB said this before and nothing has changed. The OMB has actually spoken about this very property before. And the OMB said that to grant an application of this nature would establish a very dangerous precedent because it would allow anyone living in similar circumstances, owning contiguous properties in the neighborhood, to make a similar application and expect a similar, if we live in a country of laws, expect a similar result. And so in that theory, I should be able to take my property, buy the property adjacent to it, and then come back to you and seek to intensify on a similar sort of a scale. And that cannot stand. That cannot fly in the face of a residential neighborhood. So the precedent that's being set here is an alarming one. It's not one that the citizens of London should welcome. It's not one that the City of London should move forward with. And the OMB recognized that in its decision when it dealt with this very particular property. Final point I'll make, if I may, is I really think we need to pay attention to the character of neighborhoods. I saw when I bought into this neighborhood that it had the potential to be a real gem within the city because of where it is and what it is. It's near a major university, it's near 2 major hospitals, it's near a major park, it's near the river, and it has a wonderful blending of both vibrant student, single dwelling, rental accommodation, and people who are living in the neighborhood long term. It would be a huge shame for the city to take steps that tip the balance dramatically in favor of one of those groups, short-term student rentals, at the expense of the other. We don't have to look very far to other cities that have seen entire neighborhoods turned into what are unfortunately sometimes called student ghettos, to see what can happen when a neighborhood gets treated in a way that makes it undesirable for long-term residents to live in it, because the student density has simply been built up and built up by a series of decisions.
30 seconds.
That would be regrettable, and I therefore am opposing this particular application. I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, sir. Look for the next speaker. Now, folks, we've got a number of issues today that we're dealing with, and I will not allow clapping or booing or any form of vocal, whether you're for it or against it. And the reason being is this. People, not everyone agrees. We've heard 2 dissenting viewpoints, and when that happens, a lot of people aren't used to speaking in this forum. When that happens, people might be not inclined to be able to speak freely because they'd be intimidated, including members of council. So I ask you just to hold your applause or dissent or boos or what have you to yourself. Thank you very much. So I'll look for the next speaker. Okay. Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I guess I'll go next. My name's Marie Bloch, and I'm here on behalf of the Bruffdale Community Association. Our president is out of town and unable to come, so she asked me to come and speak on the behalf of the association, which I said I would do. Over the years, over 20 years that I've been involved with that association, we have come here many, many times, and we have always tried our very best to talk in rational tones and planning terms and not in hyperbole. And we did send in a letter, which unfortunately did not, it got stuck in an outbox or something. And so it didn't get to the planning staff, but it is in your added agenda. So I would hope that you would read that letter. And one of the things that we're asking for in that letter is to put this in abeyance temporarily until a planning study can be done so that the neighborhood can be looked at and these for places that would be appropriate for additional student housing. And the response to that is, oh, well, we can't do that because that's just going to take too long and we've got to build affordable housing. Well, my answer to that is we asked for this when this matter went. This exact same property went to the OMB, as Mr. Patel mentioned, and we asked for a study then. We said we're not opposed to more development. We want it planned. We don't want it to be just, well, someone bought a house and they demolished it, and now they want to build student housing, and so, okay, that's very reactive. We want it done proactively. We want it done in planned ways. And the response to that is often, oh, well, you can't talk about student housing. That's people zoning. And yet, it's used like a club against us, because this is clearly student housing. I mean, we have people standing here saying, well, Kings is interested in it. Well, Kings is not going to rent to anyone but students. So don't tell me that it's people zoning, and I'm not allowed to talk about the people that will be living here. Because we're sitting here right where where the streets get shut down for homecoming and fake homecoming every year. The unsanctioned street party that everybody plans for. and that you've put a lot of money into, to the police, so that they can close the streets and allow this unsanctioned party. That's exactly where this is. So what we're asking for is not to create a compound of 70 bedrooms that circles a parking lot, that leaves no area for open space, that doesn't even have places to park more than 2 bicycles, and to just stop and say no. This requires too many variances. It needs variances for front yard setback, for rear yard setback, for side yard setback. I don't even know about the FAR. It needs a variance for the density. And in order to fit it in there, it's too much. It needs to be scaled back. Send this back, say no, it's too much. So I think Mr. Patel spoke very well about there are residents in the neighborhood. This does have a precedent-setting effect. And the other thing that the OMB mentioned when they considered this type of development on this property is they said, not only is it setting a precedent, but you're effectively rezoning it without going through the procedures that you need to go through under the Planning Act in order to rezone it. That's what you're doing. And finally, I just want to say, don't tell me this is affordable housing. I mean, with all due respect, to see in the free press a comment that this is affordable housing right next to a sentence that says these bedrooms rent for $900 each a month. I'm not talking about a 1-bedroom apartment for $900. I'm talking about 1 bedroom in a 5-bedroom apartment. So $4,500 a month for a rental unit is not affordable. It's not, and the students can't really afford it. St. Luke's, before they closed, had a pantry, and there's a food pantry on campus. The students are putting so much money into rent that they have to use food pantries in order to eat. And don't tell me that, oh, well, if we have more supply, the rents will go down, because the rents won't go down.
30
What
seconds.
happens is, thank you, what happens is Western just increases their enrollment. So the rents are going to stay there. So all we're asking as a neighborhood is don't throw us under the bus. Plan for the neighborhood, talk to us, and don't just react and say, oh, well, somebody wants to build something, that's wonderful. Plan for it, and do it in a way that's sustainable for student housing and for the long-term residents both.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online. There's no one online. There's no one online, okay. I'll look one more time in the gallery. I see someone go down. Please, ma'am, give us your name, and you have 30 seconds. Or I'm sorry, 5 minutes. Go quick.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michelle Watches-Johnson, and I'm here as the Vice President, External Affairs at the University Students' Council at Western. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak and for taking comments from the public today. The University Students' Council represents the 36,000 undergraduate students at Western by advocating on issues that are important to and that affect our student body. Naturally, housing is one of these issues that has quickly become one of the biggest concerns for our students. And with that in mind, I would like to speak in favor of this development and subsequent amendments to zoning provisions. As previously mentioned, the recommended amendment is consistent with the provincial policy statement, encouraging the regeneration of settlement areas in order to provide for a range of uses and opportunities for intensification and redevelopment. It also aligns with the directions that have been given to municipalities to permit forms of housing that are required to meet the residents of the area. Located in a neighborhood that is so dominated by students, obviously not entirely, but to some extent, we're facing rising rent costs, as was mentioned, and we're often forced to sprawl out into the nearby streets, whereas this development would further align with London's near-campus neighborhood strategy, which is meant to help manage this influx of student renters. The project works to sustainably increase densification in the area, allowing more students to continue living closer to campus. As was mentioned, it's near Western University and it's near King's College. And it's also near so many major arteries and walking routes and biking routes that would allow students to more easily get where they need to go. This provides students with housing that's more appropriate to their needs as opposed to the single-family residences that we are so often forced to occupy, and it works to alleviate the pressure on the supply end. Its proximity to these campuses, as well as to the rapid transit corridor along Richmond, again, further supports the idea of this development. The USC would be pleased to see council approve the zoning amendment, and as an action that works to address the student housing crisis that currently affects our students, we look forward to collaborating with the city and Western to ensure that Western students' basic needs are met and to prioritize both ours and all Londoners' access to affordable housing. And again, I urge the members of this committee to vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Look for another speaker. Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sophie Scaife, and I just want to highlight something that has been in the news. In the Globe and Mail on September 3rd, there was an article, Canadian University Cities Facing Surprising Rental Market Downturn. This is related to international students. The number of students that applied for visas is down dramatically, which means that people looking for housing from outside of Canada that are coming in, that go into a lot of these places, won't be coming. So they're actually anticipating rents going down. And from what I've heard, there are places that haven't rented for September this year. So it's just something to keep in mind. We're talking about intensification of student accommodation, but I think you should also think about what is happening to the student body, where are the students coming from, and how much is the university really going to increase in size. So I would suggest not going down this route and keeping a residential area a residential. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking for other speakers. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Don Bartlett. I'm the president of the London Neighborhood Community Association, Inc. We were incorporated in 1995 and are thoroughly familiar with this particular matter. First of all, the public engagement that the city staff followed in the summer of 2024 was in July. There were 5 responses, which should not be misconstrued as no interest in this matter. July is the height of summer vacations, so people are not around. This is a level of intensification that is incomprehensible. The owner-occupied single detached housing stock, R1 housing stock, has been supplanted by absentee landlords buying up these properties and renting them out. Fair enough, but we've reached a level where it's intolerable. You got that?
Sorry, thank you.
It adds no value to the neighborhood. It adds value to the pocketbook of one company, Cap Holdings. And as far as we're concerned, the proposed zoning bylaw from R1 to R6, that amendment is not only unprecedented, but it's an undesirable change in the character and further degrades the character, sustainability, and of the neighborhood. It flies in the face of good planning and ignores the public interest. What it does is support the interest of one company, not the public interest. And I would ask strongly that this committee review the public interest and see where we stand on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Look for other speakers. Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Oh, this has to go really low for me. My name is Diane Fortney, and I live in what was known as the Blackfriars area. Perhaps it still is, although I doubt it. I want to give you a personal perspective of what happens to a neighborhood when single-family houses, often by people who are needing to move into different kinds of housing or are becoming elderly. Lovely houses with perennial gardens and, you know, that fosters bees and that kind of thing, are bought up by development companies and turned into student housing. Everything that's green gets cut down. Everything that possibly can be paved gets paved. I think we're all aware of the myriad of issues with concrete everywhere. I actually call it the concrete neighborhood now, including flooding, no biodiversity, the fact that the climate is dying. When students from other countries or people come, they are terribly exploited by these absentee landlords, crammed into buildings, no kind of introduction to the community or community values, and exploited by the very landlords. And I can't imagine how anyone can say that $900 a month for a bedroom is affordable housing. I'm not even sure how someone with any integrity could actually have those words come out of their mouth. I am a retired nurse and I have a pension, and honestly, $900 a month. So the whole thing on many levels is extremely exploitive for everyone but the landlords and the developers. When you ask who are the landlords, because there is garbage everywhere, you're told, even if you are the liaison officer for Western, you're told by this very city that that's private information. It's a numbered company. They're managed by property management companies who will not tell you who owns the building. If I do things that are in contravention of a bylaw, people down here know it's my property and they come to me. My neighborhood used to be lovely, certainly not everything that I wanted. People who drive through my neighborhood now say, Diane, you should sell your place. It's an embarrassment. It looks like a ghetto. And I don't mean to be classist and elitist when I use that word. I just don't have another word. So from what I've heard here and from what I've witnessed going and visiting my friend Marie on Mayfair, I see the houses that are closer to Richmond. And I know right away they've been bought by landlords. More concrete, and now if you're not allowed concrete, you put down stones. So no green things, cars, parking, noise, parties. In theory, someone may be going to pet sit someone's cats while they're away. And in theory, that person might be told before the homecoming or fake homecoming or whatever thing it is, leave them extra food because you won't be able to get onto that public street that day. So from what I've heard from the outside looking in, you people, okay, I should not say that. It appears that the city will do anything that a developer asks, that will make a reactive, oh, more housing, more housing, more housing. And it doesn't really seem to me that you have engaged with this community at all. So I am a living example, or I have a life experience of what happens to a neighborhood. Blackfriars, AKA the concrete neighborhood, right? When all the single family houses or all the houses get sold, and absentee developers who you can't find out who they are allowed to take over. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I'll ask the clerk again if there's anyone who's joined us online.
No,
There's nobody? Okay. I don't see anyone else coming to the microphone. So I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councilor Rahman. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, I'll put the item on the floor for our committee. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you all, I'm prepared to move the staff recommendation.
Do we have a seconder for that motion? Councilor Frank. So we have a motion moved and seconded. I'll open up for questions and discussion. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'm just going to take a minute because we heard some comments from the gallery, and I'm moving the staff recommendation. So I want to take a minute to speak to why. First of all, we have now under provincial legislation a 90-day statutory deadline to make a decision, or a file is automatically appealable to the OLT for non-decision. There is no abeyance, referrals, things like that anymore. The province has changed the rules. Just as they've changed the OMB. It's not the OMB anymore, it's the OLT, and it actually has a somewhat different mandate than it had back when the original towers that were quoted in the paper were built. We heard a lot about students, and I will say, yes, it's 98% likely that students are going to be the tenants there. But we don't make decisions from a planning perspective based on who's going to rent it. Whether it's a family, whether it's students, we have to decide based on built form and on Planning Act considerations. So whether it's students or not, that does not weigh into my decision-making. However, when I hear that international student visas are going to be reduced, and so people may not even move into these units, that's a risk that the landlord is taking, the property owner is taking in terms of building these. But quite honestly, with a 1.7% vacancy rate in rental units in this city, I am not concerned that these units are going to create a glut that are going to be sitting empty, because there is a demand, and ultimately if the landlords can't get the price they want, then they will have to adjust their expectations on what level of rent they're going to charge, because there's no vacant property tax credit. They pay the same property taxes to the city whether they have a tenant or not. And so that cost to them to have this doesn't change. It's whether or not they have income. I heard a little bit about the character of the neighborhood, and we should intensify along Richmond. And yet when we see applications come forward to intensify on Richmond, we hear the objections from the same neighborhood that we can't change anything on Richmond because we've got heritage properties there. There's a gentle intensification that comes with townhouses that is needed. These are a cheaper form of build because they're wood framed. Yes, there's a foundation pour, but they are not 35 stories of concrete and rebar and everything else that goes into things. So they're also a faster build because it doesn't take 3 years to build a townhouse complex. It takes a few months. That's the nature of the beast. So when we are looking at these, and we'll be talking about more permissions for more townhouses later in this meeting, I'm going to be consistent with what I did on Upper Queens. I'm going to be consistent on what I've done on several other townhouse applications and support these because it is staff supported. It is a reasonable request under the Planning Act for this zoning bylaw change. And that's the thing, when we say, we have zoning bylaws, any property owner at any time can come in with a zoning bylaw change request. And then as we've done with this one, we assess it, staff make a recommendation, and then committee and council make a decision. That's what our obligation is to do here, and that's why I'm going to be supporting this.
Thank you. Other committee members or visiting councilors? Councilor Tresso.
Through the chair, under the current near-campus neighborhood policies that are in effect, what are the rules regarding floor area ratio, or more generally, the density on a property? Because my understanding is that we have limits on how much of a property can be built without keeping some open space on it. Could you explain what the current status of that is?
I'll go to staff with that question.
Through the chair, in this particular zone, the residential R6 zone, there are no floor area ratio regulations. There are regulations for a required landscape open space, which they're maintaining through this application.
Councilor?
But through the chair, this property is in the near-campus neighborhood. Is the near-campus neighborhood regulations, which we recently went to a lot of time and trouble and effort to redo, still has limitations on I guess density of coverage, and the fact that those regulations were appealed means that we're at least for purposes of this application, we're supposed to be applying the older rules, and it just seems to me as if we have a set of rules that we that we worked on very, very closely with the neighborhood associations and the staff. We had this chambers filled up. This council approved the new near-campus regulations, 15 to nothing. It was widely heralded as a good, as a good compromise. Yet, what we're basically saying is we have rules, we have regulations, but you know, you can opt out of them if you want. And that doesn't create a lot of confidence on the part of the public in terms of believing that the system is fair. Because under our current rules, and the reason why we went to the new near-campus neighborhood regulations was because we were told by the province we had to allow 3 units as a matter of right. We then subsequently agreed to make that 4. And the thing that really makes me want to vehemently oppose this application, I guess I'm not asking a question now, I guess I'm making my comments. What makes me vehemently opposed to this application is this developer, just like every other property owner in the area, has a lot of opportunity under the current rules without a zone change to do very significant intensification. So don't think for 1 minute that the opposition to this is we don't want students in the neighborhood. Students are in the neighborhood. Students are in the neighborhood. And they're going to continue to be in the neighborhood. And that's fine. And when you look at what the current rules are, without this zone change, there can be massive intensification. What happened? What happened to the gentle density that we were talking about just a few months ago? What happened to the idea of putting in accessory units and additional units that could be affordable that we were talking about? It just seems this is all out the window when a property owner says, you know, I don't like the rules that have been developed, so I'm going to try to opt out of them. And it undermines the public's confidence in the rule of law. It undermines the public's confidence. It undermines, is that even me? It undermines the, could you stop for, no, I won't take this. It undermines the public's confidence in the rule of law, and it undermines, more importantly, it undermines the public's confidence in the efficacy of participating in these city consultations. Because we worked really hard to compromise on the near-campus neighborhood set of regulations. We came up with a good response, and they're out the window. Now, I made this comment, 30 seconds. Oh, you
got a minute.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's good. I made this comment when we talked about the College Avenue development, and that is in the near-campus neighborhood, basically, we are sending a signal that we are not going to have regard to these policies. Why did we bother going through this process? Why did we bother going through zoning consultations? Over the years, this neighborhood has gone through many, many zoning consultations over the years in a very cooperative way, always with the understanding that there are going to be more and more students moving in. The problem is not students moving in. The problem is the kind of housing they're going to.
30 seconds.
And the problem with this development is there is no place on this property. There is no place on this property for them to go outside. There is no open space. And that creates externalities for the other neighborhoods and for the rest of the, for the rest of the city, really. So I really think that we can go back and look at what can this developer, as other property owners in the neighborhood, do.
Time's up there, Councilor.
Within the current rules without such a massive zone change. So I will be voting against this at council.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from committee? I'll ask the Deputy Mayor to take the chair, please. Sam, or Counselor, could you turn off your mic, please? Counselor Tresso, thank you.
Thank you. I'll take the chair and acknowledge Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions based on the counselor's comments to staff. Does this property fall within the near campus area?
Staff?
Through the chair, yes, it does.
Okay, and through you,
Counselor?
Acting Chair, can you explain to me, through the Acting Chair, how is this outside? Like, what exceptions are we making that it wouldn't fall within the policy of near campus zoning?
We will go back to staff for that.
Through the chair, when we're looking at applications like this, we look at policy 968, which outlines a series of criteria when evaluating applications in the near campus neighborhood. And one of those specifically is that whether the use is permitted in tables 10 to 12, which this use is permitted, and other aspects such as whether the size and shape of the property also would permit that use to appropriately fit on the site, and various other criteria that were evaluated, and it was seen that this application did conform to those criteria.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, and through you, Acting Chair. I'm still confused. How does this, like, obviously it's not fitting within the policy of near campus. There's some exceptions being made. Am I correct in that? I just want to know what those are.
Ms. Matten?
Through you. The application is a zoning bylaw amendment, which is reviewed against the policies of the London Plan. Any zoning bylaw amendment must conform to those policies. We have reviewed the application in its entirety under the policies of the London Plan, including the near campus neighborhoods policies, which establish that framework for evaluation criteria for appropriateness of residential intensification within the near campus neighborhoods. Through our review, it has been determined that the requested amendment is in conformity with those policies. So there's no official plan amendment being sought here to alter the policy framework. It's just a zoning bylaw amendment application to implement it.
Okay, and
Councillor?
through you, Acting Chair. So my understanding here is it's still within the near campus guidelines that Council has passed. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Acting Chair. That's all I have.
I will return the chair to you, then I have no other speakers on the list at this time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rahman, please go ahead.
Thank you, and I'll keep it short because I know we are in for a long meeting. First, I want to thank the public that came out today to speak on this application. I appreciate hearing from you on these matters. I appreciate hearing from the ward councillors. Well, I share the same concerns around the fact that part of this near campus neighborhood portion around bedroom limits is under consideration still, and so that's something that's outstanding. However, looking at the existing planning information table that's provided to us, specifically with this being in a primary transit area and near campus and fitting in with the table 10 as mentioned, I do think that at this time it's difficult not to move forward with this application as it comes in, as supported by our staff as well. However, I do feel like it is intense and dense in the neighborhood. So I am torn on how we're planning with these particular applications as they come through. And I know that we will get many more, and we've seen many come through. And so I do think it's, and later on we'll be discussing strengthening our policies and why we need to do so, and strengthening our rationale around some of these applications, but also the ability to look at it from a case-by-case basis, I think is really important and key. And so at this time, I hear the neighborhood, I hear your concerns, and although I don't feel like I can not support the application with where it is right now, with the recommendations that are coming through and the fact that I think that at the OLT, it would be difficult for us to go in a different direction to what the staff recommended.
Any other comments or questions from committee members or visiting counselors? We have a motion moved in second. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to 3.3, I'm sorry, 3.2. This is 1550 and 1602 Sunningdale Road West. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councillor Rahman, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Any questions of a technical nature for staff at this time? Seeing none, I'll look for the applicant. If the applicant would like to address the committee, please give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Martha Paluch. I am an intermediate planner with Monteith Brown Planning Consultants. With me today is Jay McGuffin, Vice President and Principal Planner of Monteith Brown Planning Consultants, and Corey Marr, Vice President of Land Development of Foxwood Developments. We have had a chance to review staff's report and agree with the recommendation, and we are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for members of the public who would like to address the committee. I'll ask clerk if anyone's online. I don't see anyone coming to the mic, so I'll ask for a motion from the committee to close the PPM. Councillor Rahman, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. I'll call.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I'll put this on the floor for committee. Councillor Rahman.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
I got a motion moved and seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis. So look for comments or questions. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I did have a chance to meet with the developer, Foxwood Development, about this application and have some conversation around what's in front of us today. So I want to thank them for that engagement. I just wanted to confirm with staff a question that I had. With the 73 new residential dwelling units, will there be additional parkland dedication required with additional dwelling units?
I'll go to staff.
Through you, the chair, the parkland dedication through the plan of subdivision has been collected, so there'll be no additional parkland with this application.
Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Not what I wanted to hear, but and I think it's something actually an interesting topic that needs to be considered. And I know that there's strong regulations around how we collect parkland dedication, but when the units numbers increase in circumstances like this, I do think there needs to be a mechanism to be able to review the parkland dedication as the units are increasing. So just a comment from that. I did have a lengthy discussion with the developer about that, and again, thank them for that engagement. So at this time, again, I'm supportive of what's in front of us right now and happy to move it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions from committee or visiting councillors? We have a motion moved in second. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to 3.3, this is regarding 3975 Stewart Avenue. I'll look for a motion to open the PPM. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Rahman. I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Any questions of a technical nature for staff from committee, visiting councillors? Seeing none, I'll look for the applicant. If the applicant would like to address the committee. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and councillors. My name is Devin Postmus. I work for Sifton Properties Limited. We have reviewed and read the report, and we agree with the staff recommendation, and I have no further comments on this.
Thank you. Look for other members of the public that would like to address us on this item. I'll ask the clerk if anyone online. No, there isn't. I don't see anyone coming to the mic, so I'll look for a motion to close PPM. Deputy Mayor Lewis, second by Councilor Rahman. I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. I'll put this on the floor for committee. Councilor Frank.
I'll move the staff's recommendation.
We have a motion moved. Look for a seconder. Councilor Rahman. A motion moved and seconded. Look for comments or questions at this time from committee members or visiting councilors. Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to 3.4. This is regarding 80 and 82 Baseline Road West. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Councilor Frank, seconded by Councilor Rahman. I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Any questions of technical nature from committee? Seeing none, I'll look for the applicant. If you'd like to address the committee, please go ahead.
Hi.
Oh, there you are up
Hi,
at the top there. I didn't see you. You have 5 minutes, so if you give us your name, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, PEC members. My name is Simona Rasanu. I'm a planner with Strickapaldna Limones and the agent for this application. So my client and I are proposing a 77-unit, 8-story mid-rise building with 22 vehicle parking spaces, 72 long-term bicycle parking spaces, and 8 short-term bicycle parking spaces at 80 and 82 Baseline Road West, which is a land assembly of 2 existing parcels of land. So this is an existing underutilized site within an existing medium and high-density residential context, within walking distance to public transit stops and amenities, including a commercial plaza at the southeast corner of Baseline and Warncliffe that features a grocery store, a No Frills grocery store, within a 10-minute walking distance of the site. I've reviewed the staff report, and although planning staff say they generally support the proposal, they do not support the requested 22 vehicle parking spaces. As a result, the recommended zoning bylaw that's attached to their report requests compliance with the 39 vehicle parking spaces that's required by the parent zoning bylaw. So if approved, if the zoning bylaw envisioned by staff is approved, it would require a significant redesign of the project and would result in the loss of approximately 14 dwelling units, as well as the loss of the proposed community amenity space on the main floor to fit within the existing surface parking model. So of course, underground parking is a theoretical possibility, and it's something that has been reviewed with the applicant, with the client, but it is not financially feasible at the height and density proposed. So generally speaking, underground parking makes financial sense the higher you go, so for high-rise buildings, and as it results in on a per unit cost, on a cheaper per unit cost, all things being equal. So alternatively, if you do support this project and would like to support the 77 dwelling units that is being proposed by the applicant, I recommend that you support the alternative zoning bylaw that I've submitted to committee clerk and that has been added to the added agenda that should be in front of you. So this bylaw simply adds a special provision to permit the requested 22 vehicle parking spaces and makes no other changes to the staff recommended bylaw. So in conclusion, the subject site is appropriate for densification. Staff agree with us on that. And the proposed project would enhance the neighborhood while helping the City of London achieve its housing supply objective of 47,000 units by 2031. I hope you support the project as envisioned, as proposed, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for members of the public to address the committee. on this item. Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Jane Dashant, and I live in Ward 11, and I oppose the proposal. I oppose the recommendations that have been made. The focus has been obviously on special provisions, but the only statement that was made was it was parking spots, but the issue I'm bringing up is biking parking spots. 72? Where in London do we have any facility that allows a residence for 72 parking, or I should say bike parking spots? And this comes because the density, which is a special provision, has been allowed. So the intensification of this one small plot of 0.2 hectares, and I had to remind myself 1 hectare is 100 meters by 100 meters. So trying to put in an 8-story building and then allowing 77 units and 72 bike parking spots. It just, you never hear of this. This is a first-time thing. And I see this as a very unfortunate experiment for the people who are going to be living there, for the property managers, and for me, the surrounding residents. We already have on baseline trauma happening. They've been there, the 2 murders, 5 stabbings, and I can't tell you the number of fire alarms that have been going on. That's traumatizing, the sense of loss of feeling of security and safety. And that's why I'm talking about the safety of bringing in 72 bikes, and it's just ludicrous. I will list a few things. And the main one is driveways. The area immediately surrounding 82 baseline, 400 meters. There's 125 meters of driveways, and they all converge very, very closely to each other. So how can 72 bicycles go in and out and among the street? And the street is just 2-way. There are biking lanes, but in the proposal, they don't say that there's less than 1 kilometer of biking lanes. And not only that, when the bikes go to their first intersection, they lose their bike lanes. And even worse, when they get to Baseline and Warncliffe, there's no biking lanes allowed at all. They're just not there. The road is too narrow to provide for that. And the applicant talked about walking. Well, why walk if what they're trying to promote is biking? So there's contradictions of that goes on. And not only that, within the building, can you imagine 2 elevators and you can only put 1 or 2 bikes in the elevator and everybody's trying to get out? They may have parking spots within the main part of the building, but we know that in some of the units, they're going to be needing 2, and if not 3. And then what happens in the selection process of the tenants going in? How is the property manager going to determine, well, you have a bike so you can rent here? That's kind of silly. So they're going to have to go through the selection process, and they're given free reins to determine what that may be. So not only that, then they're going to have to go into the lobby with all these bikes, and I'm sure the lobby is not that big to accommodate bikes going in, bikes going out, bikes going up the elevator, bikes coming down the elevator. And then the driveways, as I have said, there's 125 meter of driveway in a 400 meter area, 72 bikes. So I oppose, and I only wish somehow the biking aspect of this proposal would have more than just a special feature, that it would actually have had a special provision, because that is not a safe situation that we're presenting to Baseline Road West. It is fear-evoking for those bikers who are trying to go and use the road, the driveways, the sidewalks, and they all crisscross against each other.
Thank you for your time.
That's very unsafe.
I'll look for the next speaker. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online. Oh, I see a gentleman. Coming to the mic. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Hello, my name's Clifford Rourke, and I live at 76 Baseline. These units will, on 80 and 82, will be built right in front of me, within 50 or 60 feet. I'll look out my window into somebody else's. Not only that, when I moved there, I knew what the neighborhood was and who was in front of me. I got the sunshine all day long. You put an 8-story building in front of an 11-story building, we're not going to get any sunshine at all. We pay extra money for those end units because of the windows we have. And what, I get to look at an 8-story building? That's not right. That lot is half the size of 122 down the road. It shouldn't have more than half of what that has. If they took the building and put it on lot 82, they could look out their windows either way and not be looking into anybody else's. And then the parking lot can be in 80. That would give our building complete sunshine from one end to the other. And that, just like, I knew what the neighborhood was like when I moved in. And if you go out there, the way it is now, you watch parents taking their kids to the buses that pick them up. And you see them even out there when they drop them off. But all summer long, you walk that street, you don't see any kids playing. Their parents don't let them out. And I think that's pretty sad. If you take a look at our block that we're in, just Baseline from end to end, that section we're in, there's all these units here have something to do with the government, the city, or agencies, or something like that. I don't deny them that. These people need help, not just warehousing. But it's not fair to put them in there like that. You've got them, so the only people they know are people like them. If you go for my block, that's all there, both sides of the street. You go down to Warrencliffe and you take Warrencliffe to Wellington, you won't find one unit like that. Now, I can see they're a little more high class down there, but you're not taking us into consideration at all. That's just absolutely ridiculous. But I think that's about it. But if the building's put on there so that the windows face east and west, they're not going to be looking at anybody else's windows. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Look for the next speaker. I don't see anyone else coming to the mic. There's no one online. So I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councilor Rahman, seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I'll put this item on the floor for committee. Councilor Frick.
Thank you. Yes, I did want to make some comments, and then I have a bit of an alternative motion to move forward that's been circulated to the clerk. But do you want me to put that first and then speak to it?
Yes, why don't you put the motion on the floor and get a seconder, and then I can come back to you for your comments.
Great. I'd like to put my motion on forward. Do you want me to read the entire thing?
Did you circulate it to all committee members?
Yes, but we've updated some of them, so they're merged with the...
Yeah, why don't you read
Read
it
it all?
out, just so we can make sure we're all on the same page.
All right. Got pulled up. It's a bit of a long one, sorry, everyone. Notwithstanding the recommendation of the Director of Planning and Development, the following actions be taken with respect to the application of 13759-741 Canada Inc., CO Strick-Baldinelli and Moniz, I'll get it one day, relating to the property located at 80 to 82 Baseline Road West. A, the proposed bylaw attached hereto as Appendix A be introduced in Municipal Council meeting September 24th, 2024 to amend zoning bylaw number Z-1 in conformity with the official plan, the London plan, to change the zoning of the subject property from a residential R9 in brackets R9-7H45 zone to a residential R9 special provision R9-7H30 zone. The site plan approval authority be requested to consider the following design issues through the site plan process. The applicant shall provide a revised water servicing report through the site plan approval process, landscaping to include a minimum of 50% native species with no invasive species planted, investigate renewable sources of energy such as solar for the roof and sides of the building, geothermal for interior heating and cooling, investigate air source heat pump options, apply bird-friendly policies using the CSA standard, consultation with the Municipal Housing Development Division for the provision of affordable housing units and entering into a tenant placement agreement for existing tenants. It being noted that the applicant has expressed interest in using mass timber construction, which is encouraged by council in support of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. It being noted that the following individuals, and then the further part is the original, it being noted that was included in the first one.
Yeah. I get a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Lewis. Okay, so a motion moved and second, and I'll go back to you, Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, would love to share some rationale. So essentially, I have heard from local residents, we heard today, and then as well via emails, which were included in the report, raising their concerns. Generally, a worry of increased traffic from cars on Baseline, but as well a worry of too little parking for the number of units at this building. Also, I've discussed concerns regarding the tenancy of the building due to concerns specifically about 122 Baseline Road. I did send out an email to many residents in that area last week regarding what the city is doing in regards to 122 Baseline. I have known, so it's a city building that was built 2 years ago, and it has caused major disruption within that neighborhood. We are working through London Middlesex Community Housing, which is managing that building, as well as on police services to try and mitigate and address a lot of those tenancy issues. I will say for this building that we're discussing today, the 80 to 82 Baseline Road West, my understanding from the developer is that it is for purpose-built market rental. But of course, council is not able to comment on who lives in buildings, as we were just discussing earlier. And my rationale for moving forward and supporting the 22 parking spaces as opposed to the 39 as staff recommended is that, in my opinion, if the developer is willing to build a more affordable product, then we should let them. We actually need developers stepping up to offer a broad range of housing solutions. We talk about this all the time at this committee. And many times when you add parking, especially underground parking, all of a sudden a rental property becomes a luxury condo because it is so cost prohibitive to build underground parking. So less parking would make this building cheaper to build and maintain, and therefore rents would be cheaper as well. Again, still market rate. It's not, they're not attempting to try and build an entire affordable building as 122 Baseline is. So by offering the 22 parking spaces for cars, the applicant has also offered a significant amount of bike parking, which would be on the ground floor. Therefore, tenants don't need to bring their bicycles up in the elevator. As well, the area is very walkable. If you haven't gone around there, there's grocery stores, there's pharmacies, there's schools, there's a bus route right in front of the building, there are bike lanes on the road. So again, having less parking spaces at this building would keep the car congestion minimal on that street. Furthermore, across the street, for example, the new rental building at 101 Baseline, which opened in the last year or two, it's $1,400 for a studio. These developers are aiming to try and make their studios around $1,200. And then for a one bedroom over at 101 Baseline, it's $1,800. For two bedroom, it's $2,100. Again, at this building, they're looking at $1,450 for one bedroom and $1,750 for two. So you can see that by not having to do parking, they're actually going to be able to save tenants potentially $200 to $400 in rent every month, which becomes much more affordable for average income earners in the city. And I personally, as we've heard from the consultant, if we force the 39 parking spaces, we will lose 14 units, and this building will likely become unbuildable because they'll have to do underground parking. They actually could do 12 stories in height at this location because it's got the high-density overlay, and they're going for 8 because they want to make a more affordable product. But if we change the 39, or if we change the 22 to 39 parking spaces, I worry that it will no longer be feasible, and they essentially will have to come in with a new zoning bylaw amendment that goes for 12 stories. Overall, I just kind of wanted to highlight that we have a willing developer who is happy to build to this standard, and there are lots of people in the city who don't own a car, students, seniors, people that simply don't want to have the expense of having a car, and they would move into this building knowing that they are unable to have a car. There will be very clear expectations that there will not be a parking spot for everyone in this building. So with all that said, again, I've heard concerns regarding the reduced parking as well as the tenancy, but I think that this is an example of an opportunity that we have to provide affordable housing in the area, which is something that we are really focused on as a council. So I will be supporting the circulated amendment.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments or questions from committee or visiting councilors. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief. Happy to support the ward councillor on her alternate motion on this file. I think she's raised some excellent points, not the least of which is the level of affordability that is provided when parking is not required, and there are other options in this space. Of course, I've also met with the developer and understand that they are looking to fill a niche that is not filled by others, which is marketing their units to folks who are going to look for alternate modes of transportation besides a car. And so given that both the ward councillor and the developer have agreed that this is something that they're prepared from the developer side to take the risk on, knowing that they will have units that they don't have parking spaces to offer tenants for, and that the ward councillor is comfortable with it, I can be supportive of that as well.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from committee or visiting councilors? Councilor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, I appreciate the alternative motion provided by the councillor. I just want to get a sense from staff, is there any way to actually clarify with the developer how they're going to go about marketing those units as not having adequate parking? Are they going to say that that city council or city staff said initially that it was over intense and so it couldn't have enough parking, and so now based on that we're going with a lower parking density and therefore we're marketing the units with less parking? I'm just wondering how that would play out, because I can say in my ward where a project was approved that has inadequate parking, what we've seen is along all the residential streets right now, there is cars overnight and all day. And it's a parking enforcement challenge, one which neighbors are having to face and deal with. And so I agree that this is a really great idea if we're able to market it and we're able to really get that understanding out there that this is going to be a unit or a building that has less parking. But I'm challenged to see how this in the end doesn't become the city's problem to fix on the parking side. So just wondering if there's any tools that we have in our toolbox to help us to, if we're going this route, to really aid getting the developer to really put forward the concept that this is going to be a building with less parking.
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, I'm going to defer that question to the applicant to explain how they intend to market that to prospective tenants.
Okay, I'll go to the applicant question on how this will be marketed to prospective tenants.
Good afternoon again, through the chair. The applicant submitted a parking justification study by consultant Paradigm Transportation Solutions Limited. And that report outlines some what are known as transportation demand measures, so ways to encourage the reduction of demand for vehicle parking spaces. So a couple of the measures outlined include, of course, walking, public transit. The subject site is within walking distance of multiple public transit stops. Cycling, we are complying with the zoning bylaw required number of bicycle parking spaces. Alternative car use, car shares, Uber service, property management can encourage and accommodate to through a kind of an active, using active strategies can, for example, provide a welcome package outlines the available transit routes and active transportation options, post real-time transit information in common areas, facilitate the procurement of transit tickets and transit passes by tenants in coordination with London Transit, provide IT assistance in obtaining and using travel apps for transit, car share, and Uber. So there are a couple of kind of practical measures that the property management team, in consultation with the owners of that building, can take to encourage alternative modes of transit. And those measures are outlined in the parking justification report that the applicant team has submitted. Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you. Appreciate the feedback. I agree in theory. I think it sounds like a great idea. At this time, I won't be supporting the alternative recommendation that's in front of us and would be inclined to support the staff recommendation if it were to come forward. And if in between that time I'm able to have a conversation with the developer, I will do so to see exactly how they plan to market it more fulsomely.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you, yes, and I just wanted to provide a little bit maybe of neighborhood context. The road that it goes on to is Baseline Road. There's no stopping, there's no parking. There are bike lanes that are not separated. There's a painted line. So every time I've gone down Baseline, I have not seen, other than a bus or school bus, pull over to the side of the road parking. Other than that, it would be very difficult to park over on Center Street to the north and then walk all the way around because there's fencing along it. So again, if the person was trying to park on one of the neighboring streets, they'd have to be willing to walk 10, 15 minutes would be interesting. The other thing I would say is at 122 Baseline, my understanding is we actually have overbuilt parking there, and it most of the time is half unoccupied. So I would be interested potentially if there is overflow from this building, finding a economic rationale for maybe renting out parking on another parking lot that is half empty half the time, a few blocks or a few buildings down. But I would just say that, again, my understanding would be for this building, the developer was planning on having the parking spots be pre-allocated towards the 2-bedroom units. And so my understanding would be, again, I can't speak for the developer, they would have to do it. But if I was doing this, I would not say that this unit has a parking space. And so if you sign a rental agreement, you would sign one that does not have a parking space.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from committee or visiting? I'll ask the deputy mayor to take the chair.
I have the chair, and I recognize Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to speak to this outside of the chair because I'll be supporting the motion in front of us, which it goes against the staff recommendation. You know, we talk a lot about affordable housing, and, you know, we did have bonusing available to this council to push some affordable housing units into new builds, but that tool has been removed by the province. So it's primarily through, I don't know, cajoling or working with developers to see how we can get more affordable housing out. This, I think, is a pretty unique example. I mean, the cost of a big part of building is parking. And I can see where the developer is going on this. If he can eliminate that cost to his tenants, and he is able, as was outlined by Councillor Frank, a substantial reduction in rent. And I think this is actually a gap in what's being rezoned and built that I'm happy to see being addressed. When we changed the parking bylaw, I think it was, I'm probably wrong on this, but I think it was like 2 spots per unit. I think last council, or this council, I can't remember, we changed that. And I was supportive of that because I believed, honestly, that the city council should not be in the business of dictating how many parking spots should be in a building. That is part of the developer's business plan, who he foresees to be tenants or customers, and what their needs are, factoring in cost. And I think in this case, this developer has done exactly that. He's looked at who are the clients that he's wishing to attract, what are their needs, and perhaps we can deal on price point as opposed to number of vehicles. So when I saw the staff refusal on this, it appeared to me it was primarily based on not meeting that parking policy of 0.5 spots per unit. Given the business plan and the location right on Baseline and a couple blocks from Warrencliffe and the commercial activity there, I can understand why the applicant chose to go this direction. So I'll be supportive of the councillor's motion here because I think it fills a niche that we need in the city. And if it's not successful, it's on the developer. It's a miscalculation. If he finds that people are requiring parking spots for this building, he'll have trouble renting it out. Based on what I've seen, I think he'll be successful. So thank you, Acting Chair.
Thank you, Chair Lehman. I'm going to return the chair to you as I have no one else on the speakers list. And now I'll advise Councillor Hopkins.
Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you for recognizing me, and I've been very interested in not only hearing committee's comments around these applications, but in particular around the conversation of affordability. It seems to creep up on, and so with this application, just following up on Councillor Rahman's comments around pushing out the parking, I can see that happening. I think it does exist in the ward that I represent as well when we do these infills. But my question through you, Mr. Chair, and hopefully I can ask it of the applicant, we heard that there is a business case. We know the tools for affordable housing have been taken away from us. So I would like to have a better understanding what this business case is. I know this is going to come to council. I'm going to be sort of thinking about how I'm going to be voting on this, but I would like to have a better understanding about the business case. And I know developers build, city doesn't build, but there is also this onus on us when we do approve applications that it is on us as well, especially when it comes to the affordability, if we truly know it's going to be affordable. So if you can give me and us a better understanding what the business plan for the affordability of this application. Thank you.
I'll go to the applicant.
The applicant is here in the audience. I'm not sure if it's too late for them to comment at this point, but as the agent, what I can tell you is that the applicant is consulting with the with bodies like the CMHC to potentially provide affordable housing units, but no decisions have been made based, to my knowledge, as of now. So any kind of further questions about kind of practical business matters are probably best handled by the applicant, should they, if that's still available for them to speak, if the opportunity still exists for them to speak at this point. So it's, yeah, I'm not the best person to answer the business type of questions. I'm here primarily as the planner and kind of the overall agent coordinator, but not necessarily the business lead on this application. Thank you.
Would the applicant like to address the committee? Where are you? There he is. So the question from the counselor, sir, is wants to dive a bit into your business plan and why, how parking fits into this, your pricing, clientele, and customers that you're looking to attract, et cetera.
So my name is Musa Sadhu. I'm the applicant. I'm the developer on this. The best way to explain it to you guys is most people that are building rental apartment stock in the city and throughout Southwestern Ontario are building luxury apartment buildings because that's what's financially feasible. When there's less parking, you can actually lower the price of rent. For this particular building, we're trying to keep it, I guess you could say 10, 15, 20%, but less than what market rent is. If everybody's choosing to rent a one-bedroom, as you have on 101 Baseline and others, 120, there's another one beside 101 that's getting built as well, they're gonna be looking to rent a one-bedroom between $1,800 to $2,000. We're trying to rent it for about 20% less. Now, to do that, we have to market it without parking. The reason why we have to do less parking, because it's gonna cost me less to build, so I can give that back to the tenants. Most people, I understand, will look at this build and think there's too much parking, too less parking, but you gotta understand, there's a majority of people in the city that cannot afford a luxury one-bedroom at $2,000. Any other things? I'm open.
Counselor?
Yes, and through you, my thanks to the applicant for that explanation. You saved me a phone call, and I do really appreciate you stepping up to the mic and making those comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Rahman.
Thank you. And since we have the applicant available and through you, can you comment on the application for affordable and whether or not it fits within any criteria for affordable housing?
So,
Please go ahead, sir.
yes. So this building, there's affordable housing, which would be, I guess you could say in the city, less than $1,000. And then you have luxury, which is another, let's just say 100% more, $2,000. In this building, currently, we're gonna, for us, affordable would be 20% less than what market rent is going for. Now, for affordable housing, as defined, we are going to be going somewhat with CMHC somehow. We don't know exactly how right now. Once this is approved, we are speaking with CMHC. CMHC is right now allowing somewhat of, I guess, 10% affordable housing, right? We might look at that option. We probably are. But until this is approved and how we look at it, and from that standpoint, we probably might do approximately 10% affordable housing units. So when you look at the building per se compared to other buildings, that's a pretty good amount.
Counselor?
Thank you. And through you, it sounds like the applicant is speaking more about attainable housing versus affordable housing for the most part. And I commend you for considering that because it's almost the missing middle when it comes to rental.
Yes.
So agreed with you on that. However, as I've said, I won't be supporting the application at this time, but look forward to further conversation before council. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from committee or visiting counselors? We have a motion moved and seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-1.
Moving on to 3.5, this is regarding 1338 and 1388 Sunnydale Road East. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Rahman, and I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Any questions of a technical nature for staff? Seeing none, I'll look for the applicant to address the committee. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Vandersloos. I work for Auburn Developments as a development manager. Given what's ahead of us, I'm sure everybody would like a lengthy and detailed presentation on the application. not needed. We are here in support of the staff recommendation and the amended bylaw. Certainly appreciate the work leading up to committee meeting to get that sorted out. And obviously, if there's any questions for us as the applicant, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. I'll look to members of the public who'd like to address the committee on this item. Okay, I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online. There is no one online. I don't see anyone coming to the mic. So I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councilor Robbins, seconded by Deputy Mayor Lewis, and I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. I'll put this item on the floor for committee. Councilor Robin.
Thank you. I'll move the staff recommendation, then I have a question.
Thank you. I'll look for a seconder, Deputy Mayor Lewis. We have a motion moved in second. I'll go back to Councilor Robin.
Thank you, and I'll just move to my question just to save some time. But I did see communication, I think it's 181 in the original package, not the added, not sure. But it's from Mr. Shukla regarding some concerns around some additional challenges on his property. Just wondering if the applicant might be able to comment on how he plans to work with the residents that have concerns around some potential overland water flooding concerns on their property, and then the fact that they're on wells and how that might be impacted by the development.
That'll go to the applicant.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Through the chair, this is a rezoning application, so there will be a site plan application for a detailed plan in the future. We did do hydrogeological studies and stormwater studies associated with the rezoning. So you know, we are comfortable with the work of our consultants, that the water will be going to the right places and not the wrong places. But certainly with that future process, you know, we'll continue to engage with the neighbors on either side of us, and you know, it'll be a requirement of us to deal with, you know, any issues related to stormwater and certainly ensuring no adverse impacts to somebody's well as part of that future application.
Councilor.
Thank you. That's all my questions for now. Just looking forward to hearing from the ward councilor on this one.
Thank you. Councilor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to triple check that the 30-meter buffer hasn't been included in this one.
Go to staff.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there is the special provision for the OS5 zone that includes the 30-meter buffer.
Councilor.
Thank you. No further questions, and that makes me very happy.
I'll go to other councilors or visiting councilors. Councilor Pribble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I had two questions to the staff as well, and I just want to verify a couple of things, that the flooding drainage will be dealt with through the site plan approval process, and well and groundwater, there will be a holding provision that has been recommended to ensure orderly development and adequate provisions for municipal services. Just if you can confirm these two comments, if I'm accurate, please. Thank you.
I'll go to staff on those two concerns.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there has been a holding provision that's been recommended to be applied for the orderly developments of the lands, which includes servicing and traffic. Additionally, with regards to the drainage and the storm, that will be dealt with through the site plan approval process. And it's in the recommendation as well.
Councilor.
Thank you for confirming that, and I, as the ward council, I'm supporting this application that's in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from committee or visiting? Seeing none, we have a motion moved and seconded, so I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to 3.6. This is Heights Review, Transit Village and Major Shopping Area. I welcome the mayor as he has joined us. I'll look for a motion to open the public participation meeting. Deputy Mayor Lewis moves it, seconded by Councillor Frank. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Mathers to kind of give us a brief, not a summary as such because we have the information in front of us, but kind of an indication of why we are here today discussing this matter.
Thank you very much, and through the chair. I'd like to provide a brief background on the next two reports. Firstly, these are both staff-initiated reports we brought forward to provide more housing in London. The zoning changes before you today represent the most significant increase in as-of-right high-density zoning since the last zoning bylaw was approved over 35 years ago. Together, the changes proposed in these reports would result in zoning permissions allowing taller buildings, more dense forms of development, and overall expansion of the area where the higher density housing is permitted. Council has been very clear in its strategic plan and its preferential housing pledge. Additional housing is a key priority for our city, and this is a primary reason you have these reports before you for consideration today. These reports also align with the work that we're doing under the Federal Housing Accelerator Program. As part of that program, we were asked to choose from a series of initiatives, and our successful application included initiatives to both promote as-of-right high-density zoning and promote infill developments. The work we completed was scoped to both meet the requirements of the Housing Accelerator Program while generally aligning with the current London Plan framework. It is absolutely in Committee and Council's purview to go beyond this scope and expand upon the recommendations in these reports to address today's housing challenges. As noted in these reports, the work is being undertaken under the province's official plan review process. And as such, this is the opportunity for Council to provide direction to our official plan as it moves forward. This is the ideal time to have Committee and Council direction on how the London Plan needs to be updated to meet the current housing challenges. So with that, I'll pass the floor back to the chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mathers. At this time, we'll go to the public for comments on this item. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Aron Kaplansky, and my purpose of speaking today is to express my support for the proposed zoning changes. They reflect proper planning that this city needs. It seems that the city is taking positive steps to correct the mismanagement of planning in the past. I specifically want to support the comments made by Urban Homes, Urban Development, comment number 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Stephen Elson. I'm here as a member of First St. Andrew's United Church. We've been around for a while, 155 years as of this year. So we're very aware of our historical status within the City of London. The reason that I'm here today is that our church is located immediately outside of the proposed zone for the high-intensity development that you're proposing to consider today. And the reason for this being of concern of ours is that we are, like many mainline churches, having a very difficult time maintaining our building, and we've got a very large property. Our zoning right now is neighborhood facility, which is very, very restrictive. It basically allows us to do virtually nothing with our facility in terms of being able to develop it beyond its current status. And we really need the opportunity, if we're to survive and thrive, not only as a church community, but as a vibrant part of the downtown London area, to allow increased capacity to use our physical space for other developments such as affordable housing. This is something that many churches are taking on right now because they recognize the need within the community. And our thinking is that right now, at least the way I'd like to put to you is that right now, one side of the street on which we're located, and we're right at the corner of Queens Avenue and Waterloo, one side of the street is in the zone for high-intensity development, and our side of the street is not. So I would like to suggest that, in fact, you include both sides of the street, whether that's Waterloo or Queens Avenue, for intensive development in order to give us not the right, but at least the opportunity to ensure that we are continue to be a very vibrant and sustainable part of the downtown London community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Chris Butler, and thanks for recognizing me. When I submitted this last Tuesday or Wednesday to the clerk's office, I've been out of town since. I sort of had a look this morning, was startled by how many people might be presenting and new issues. So the first issue I think is off the table. I was extremely concerned as I live on Waterloo Street in Sam's Riding with the transit village, the designation of the transit village at Oxford and Richmond. And my feeling is, from what I've looked at, just speed reading, the proposal from Mayor Morgan and Deputy Mayor Lewis is that's been addressed, and I won't talk to it any further. I just ask you to somewhat support that with the exception of the issue, if you want to debate it a little further, on something called neighborhood streets or neighborhood connectors. I have no idea what that means, and my friends don't either. We thought it was a car part. So the other issue is I've been following this sort of like a tsunami coming through public notices way back in July, and could sort of see what was coming and was startled. I went to Kentucky for a week and I came back because I was waiting public meeting, something in public meetings. And I realized like 2 nights later, there's like a 1 hour virtual meeting that had been downgraded from a public meeting. And I believe that happened on July 31st. So I sort of want to echo what one of the other participants said about some of the other sites and situations like that. I think we've had a bit of a drive-by in public participation in this process, and I realize it's very technical. It's hard to look at and has been hard to look at in Get Involved London, and has been hard to go back and forth because it's very, very technical. I mean, when I talk to friends about different things like H's and different things like that, it's really tough for people to understand. So I'd like, before this gets dropped into the London plan, for us to reach out back to the community and have some real public meetings on this. And I seriously think that the planning staff's going to have to, I think, address this a little bit through A1, through developing some pictures and some different things that allow us to visualize what's happening at the different levels so that people can understand what you're doing here before you drop it into the London plan. Because it really is a bit of a tsunami. I agree. I haven't seen anything like this in 35 years, and I'm a frequent contributor down here. And to be honest, it really somewhat concerns and scares me. So I think we would have a lot of things from the public come back that would support this and make it somewhat more worthwhile. The last thing I have to say, and I think I'm still in my time zone here a little bit, is I'd like this to be sort of, before it goes to council, just something this big can't be just technical. I mean, this is a process and this is policy, but there's so many other things that are impacted by this. And I'll give you an example. I looked at things in May, and we had in 223, taxpayers supported about someplace around $22 million in DC incentives and DC exceptions, and that was in 23. And when I look at what's going to happen here, I looked at 267 York Street down the street here, and we doubled the size of the units on that. So we're doubling the DC exceptions. How am I going to afford that? Think about it. You're already charging me almost 2.5% of my taxes on those 2 exemptions. There should be financial people here that are telling this chair and you folks what impact it's going to have financially for taxpayers before it goes to council. And I think that you need to reach out and get that answer before it goes to council. The same thing for transportation. If we're going to connect these transit villages, I mean, London Transit should be here. And somebody should be saying, you know, this is going to cost us $500 million to connect the one out on Oxford Street with the one over here, so that we have some sort of rough magnitude. It doesn't have to be exact, but it sort of leaves me feeling as a taxpayer, I'm doing all these handstands for $78 million for the Fed share, and it could end up costing me well over $750 million. So I think we need to kind of slow down to go fast. And I thank you for your time. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Mike Wallace, and I'm the Executive Director of LDI. I appreciate the time, and I'm going to, we do have a letter that is on the agenda, and I've sent directly to councilors. I'm going to go through that, and I'm going to, Mr. Chair, go through it, assuming that the mayor's and the deputy mayor's motion will come forward, and that will be the one to be debated at least first, if not at completion. So, to try to do it quickly, their recommendations on table 8 and 9, LDI is in support of what the alternative that the mayor and deputy mayor has put forward. On table 10, we talk about stacked townhouses, and the alternative motion does refer to stacked townhouses in other areas and neighborhood connectors, which we appreciate. We will say, though, to be on the record, we think stacked townhouses should be a permissible use on neighborhood streets also, if you look at other municipalities where they fit in the neighborhoods. Fantastic. I come from Burlington. There are just a plethora of stacked townhouses. The definition for the base under table 10 for neighborhoods has townhouses as part of the base. So you can have a townhouse, but you can't have a stacked. It doesn't make sense, but we're willing to accept the neighborhood connector at this point going forward. On table 11, we do appreciate the change to the 10 stories that are being proposed by the mayor and the deputy mayor. But we would recommend that you would also look at the base. We need 8 stories as a base. And throughout that chart. And if you look at both that chart and the other chart, in note 1 of every chart, it says, the full range of uses shown on this table will not necessarily be permitted on all sites with the neighborhood place type. It is an out. It's a criteria that staff can use, you can use, that if somebody comes in with an application in a neighborhood place type, and 8 really doesn't work there, you have that ability right in your plan, right in the London plan, to say, no, that's not appropriate in this particular location. But you're limiting the opportunity for more housing by having the limits that are there currently. And so if you look at that table, table 11, you can see what those are. And you know, you have a max of 8 in a primary transit area. It should be 8 everywhere, not just in the primary transit areas. So we think there's some opportunity there that you have missed in your motion and that you could still do today. So the next number of items is, one of them is Part D, which you are removing from the staff recommendation. We agree 100%. We were under the impression, rightly or wrongly, that when the consultant came through to look at what basically what staff had been approving, what council then has supported in terms of the last number of years on housing, on heights of buildings, we were under the impression that the consultant was coming to confirm what is actually being built and what's actually being approved, and making sure that the London Plan tables match what you've been approving. Along came with that a number of changes to be considered at site plan that are, I will say, design items, but not about the actual building heights. We are not asking, we're supportive of what the mayor's position on Clause D is. It's not removing site plan control over these items. It's removing all these additional stuff that has never been in a report that you have seen. And I can tell you today, and we think it's a slippery slope, and people say, oh yeah, slippery slope. I can tell you today there are members whose applications have come in for pre-consultation, and the pre-consultation notes come back, and they're requiring these changes as part of the pre-consultation.
30 seconds.
That should not be allowed, so we're very in support of it. The final thing we'd like to say is on the major shopping area piece. Two things. One, it shouldn't be in the BAB, in the built area boundary. Use the urban growth boundary that currently exists. The BAB came into place in the land plan in 2016. Almost a decade of growth has happened in London since that line was drawn. And the final thing is, take away the issue of linear or nodal shopping areas. Give yourself some flexibility. Decide on what the application is, whether it works or not, and that would be a better system going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Look for the next speaker.
Hi, Peter
Please, sir, give
Mancini.
us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Peter Mancini. First of all, let me say I agree with the city's attempt to increase density. Increasing density allows us to save farmland and ultimately allows the city to operate more efficiently, in my view. And I think every study you've read on urban development would justify an increase in density. I've read the city's recommendations, and one thing I really don't understand, and I think the last gentleman sort of touched on it, you mentioned increase in density within 150 meters of a transit station. Why is a transit station being treated differently than a transit stop? And I think I agree with the last gentleman that they should be essentially treated equally. So if the councilors can consider that when they're reviewing the density issues, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Sandy Levin, 59 Longbow Road. My focus is the height changes affecting neighborhood streets, neighborhood connectors, and civic boulevards. The original proposed changes are an increase to the maximum heights in stories from heights only originally permitted in the central London, adding the primary transit area, increasing the number of permitted stories, including apartments mid-block. As mentioned, 99% of the residents of this city have no idea of the classification of their street, nor where the primary transit area is. No notice of the proposal went out to residents on affected connectors. The public notice itself was bafflegap. The mayor and deputy mayor amendment, without any further public notice, would expand the height changes on connectors to the entire city for stacked townhouses. And yes, there is a difference between a stacked townhouse and a townhouse. We have townhouses in our neighborhood. We're supporting a stacked townhouse on Sarnia Road that's coming to you next month. We know the difference. They're not the same. Some wards are completely within the primary transit area. Most aren't. Some of the connectors that would be added by the new amendment include on Club Drive, Hartson Road, Guildwood, Valletta, Deer Park, Reardon Drive, Montebello, Evans, Meadowgate, Merlin and Royal Crescent, Sorrel, Chippewa Drive, Kalele west of Highbury, Beckworth, Blackwell, Grenfell Chambers, Philbrook Drive, Aldersbrook, Paul Peel, Bateman Trail, Riverbend and Keynes Roads, Westdale Bourne, north of Oxford, Cranbrook, Barclay, and Notting Hill Roads. So what's going on is a change in neighborhoods from a standard max of 3 stories and an upper max of 4 on connectors only in central London to a max height of 4 now, including the primary transit area. And the amendment includes the entire city. The major worry is mid-block development, I have to say. It also changes civic boulevards from a standard max of 4 with an upper max of 6, with 8 possible only in central London, to a standard max of 8, including the primary transit area. Our association has always been pretty okay with 4 stories around civic boulevards. We're not comfortable with the doubling from a standard max of 4 to a standard max of 8, where there's no intersecting higher order streets. Even worse would be going beyond that 8. Folks on streets called civic boulevards in the transit areas, such as Hamilton Road, Pond Mills, and parts of Trafalgar, will be surprised to hear that 8 stories are possible now if this goes through. As was mentioned, you've got note 1 to table 11 that not all heights will be permitted, but you've already had tools to go beyond the heights that you have. So the question really through you to staff is, how are you going to come down from those heights? There are already policies that could have been applied to go up, but they haven't been used. So we're really worried that like a cat in a tree, it's easy to get up, it's going to be really hard to go down. And 2, to staff, please, what about situations where the height of land on one side of the street is significantly different than the other side, which happens a lot in this city? Tall building on one side, if it's on the high side, it's going to look a lot taller. And 3rd, will the new near campus policies play any role? A deferral today on changes in the near campus areas might result in a better outcome. If you can't refer this back, then prior to the 3rd reading, because you're only doing 2 readings next week, direct staff to help more people understand the changes, where they're going to take place, meet again with the near campus reps as they did before in July. I think that's a minimal ask, because what's in front of you indicates no further notice is required. And that ain't nice, because no one over about 3 years old likes surprises. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, ma'am, go ahead. Give us your name and you have 3 minutes. Or 5 minutes, sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
My name is Josie DeVincenzo. You have to excuse the tardiness. I was told it was going to be after 2, the meeting. So my understanding with the last correspondence, and this is in regards to the notice of planning and application and public meeting properties within the transit village. And it looks really good, north, south, east, west, the transit hubs. And I'm sorry if I may be repeating what you guys have already discussed. You know, aside from, and that's really pushing it a bit, aside from having a subway north, south, east, west, which I think we should really, it's really great, excuse me, to keep in within the reputation as the Forest City. My concern, I don't know if you decided on a north transit village. I live around Masonville area. Let me tell you, they did some construction. Kudos to all the construction workers. They did a great job. It is so congested there, not just Wonderland in there. And I'm wondering, you know, aside from going to some of the satellite towns, like there's Arva, I know you've already got Hyde Park, and Lucan's not just too far, Lambeth and whatnot. I've been to some of those areas and they look really great, and there's lots of green space too. And you know, I know population is growing everywhere. It's like this all over Canada, as a matter of fact, the US too, North America. You know, fine, thank you. You know, I'm an immigrant too. I mind you, I was very little, so English is really my language of, best language of communication. But I think my concern is, besides where these transit hubs are, and if they're working well, and if they're connecting well within the parameters of what city land has so far, I really don't know what the limits of London, Ontario is, and what the population, I swear to God, it must be close to 700,000. Or 600,000. Those signs, you know, well, of course, street signs. I won't even talk about street signs. But I think my concern is where these transit hubs are located, how they're used to the best advantage to help the population that's there. And I think it, from this handout, the one last one I got on the 29th of, it's dated 29th, 28, anyways, I think my time's almost up. So I think that's great. It just needs a little, I think it needs a little more work as to where these transit hubs are going to be, and also what's around there. I know, for example, and I'm gonna make another point, up the north end, there are 4 high-rises going up at Fanshawe in Richmond. I don't know, it's already, you can't get by there. I don't know where these people are going to go. If by God, you know, they need to get to a hospital, they need EMS or police or anything, where they're going to go, what they're going to do. Are there parks there, first of all? You're going to have families. It seems to me, and I haven't traveled that much, but it's starting to feel a lot like Toronto. And my greatest fear, and I will mention it here, is the whole area, southwestern Ontario, southern Ontario. Can it support, and I'm not going to go on about the Greenbelt. That's another thing. Can the natural resources support this construction and expansion? So I think, in my opinion, satellite towns seem to work well. Yeah, there is distance and there is driving, but hey, that's where transportation comes in. And what else? Thank you. How much time do I have?
You have about 1 more minute left.
Okay, let me see. I did write some things down. Transit hub. Yeah, my other concern is about people building buildings. Who are these developers? Are there bylaws saying, like, I'm sorry, we don't want a 20, 30, 40, 50-story building, unless, of course, it's downtown. Like, I think, other municipalities need to talk to each other and figure out what's working best. Otherwise, this is starting to feel like Tokyo, like all just one big metropolis. And I don't think that's what people want here. I'm sorry. It's too much. And, we can't help the climate change. We've already had flooding in our area. And I don't think it's the first in town that's had problems like that. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker, the gentleman up here on my left. Please give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Your Worship, Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of council, members of staff, my name is Trevor Holness. I live at 250 Sydenham Street, commonly known as the Beck. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I believe that the zoning amendment for the Oxford-Richmond intersection should be defeated or at the very least tabled. My objection is based on the conflicts between the rezoning and the London plan. I'm at a loss to understand how you can pass an amendment that conflicts with the majority of the strategic directions of the London plan. If the proposed zoning amendment is accepted, the northeast corner of the intersection will become a prime development target. Development of this parcel will mean the loss of our neighbourhood bank and grocery store, the only grocery store in the area. No longer will local residents, including those from a naturally occurring retirement community, be able to walk to the bank or grocery store, destroying the walkability of the neighbourhood. Walkability is mentioned throughout the London plan, notably strategic directions 4, 5, 6, and 7. As a result of the absence of banking facilities and grocery store during the 2 to 3 year construction phase, residents will have to drive to Masonville to buy their groceries or bank at CIBC. This will increase the emission of greenhouse gases, the reduction of which is mentioned in Strategic Direction 4. Thus, the city is going to have to increase its efforts to meet the greenhouse gas targets, which are woefully behind plan as it is. I'm surprised that the City of London would introduce any action that would increase greenhouse gases, especially as the city prides itself as a sustainable city. I don't think you understand the word sustainable. Strategic Direction number 8 of the London Plan requires genuine engagement of stakeholders and the general public in all planning processes. Consultation to date has consisted of a 30-minute PowerPoint presentation over Zoom, followed by 30 minutes of a curated question and answer session. Genuine consultation involves a two-way discussion of issues and potential impacts on the community. The concept of free, prior, and informed consent on adoption and implementation of legislative or administrative measures affecting a community has been adopted by the United Nations and many countries, including Canada. The City of London should do the same for its residents. This only leaves the strategic directions of being a prosperous city connecting to the surrounding region and being a culturally rich, creative and diverse city, which is not much of a basis for planning decisions. Your best action for this amendment, rip it up.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, ma'am, I see you. Please give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Is Jacqueline Farquhar, and I live in Old North London,
And I would just like to ask through you, Mr. Chair, if maybe the staff could update us. Many of the people here are concerned mightily on the subject of the transit village, as that gentleman just elaborated. And I think that there have been some changes to that, which all of us are not aware of. And I'm just wondering if the staff could explain the most recent stance on this matter of particularly, I mean, there are other matters, but particularly the transit village at Oxford and Richmond. Is that possible, staff?
I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Yeah, I was going to call a point of order, Chair, just so that we can actually, because we are in a public participation process, so normally we provide all the answers at the end, but I think you've raised an excellent point. And I wonder if, through you, Chair, you might want to go to the mayor to explain, because he and I are proposing a change that would remove that. So if the mayor perhaps wants to comment on that so that folks know what the proposed amendment does to the transit village designation.
Okay, this is kind of a little unusual, but given I know what the mayor is going to bring forward, and I think many people here have similar concerns. So maybe I'll go to the mayor now to just kind of highlight what his intentions are.
Sure, and I'm not going to go through all of the rationale for the motion, but given that there's an expectation that there's a number of people here on the proposed transit village at Richmond and Oxford, I want to just comment on that briefly. So in the process, staff have drafted a report. And then when councilors see that report, they can make and suggest changes to it. You know, the public participation meeting is always based on the document that was before us, but I have added to the added agenda so that the public could see it, a proposal on a series of changes that I intend to put on the floor today that committee would have to approve and council would have to support, one of which is the removal of the transit village designation at Oxford and Richmond area. And so the way the process works is we have the staff recommendation that is in the document, but once the public participation meeting is done and councilors have the opportunity to put something on the floor, it's my intention, based on the letter I circulated, to introduce a series of changes through an alternate proposal than what staff put on the floor. One of those changes of which is the removal of that transit village, which I think might alleviate a number of the concerns from the public participation meeting we have today. So I appreciate the chair being able to give the opportunity for me to let people know, if they haven't read the added agenda, that that is something that will be before us today for consideration. Obviously, we will have to debate and vote that, but it is separate from the staff recommendation. So I hope that's helpful, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that clarification. I think it'll help some folks here that perhaps looking to address the committee. I will go to the gentleman on my left. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Glenn Hickling, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and councilors and Mayor Morgan. And in particular, thank you, Mayor Morgan, for that. That's new news to me, and that was what I was going to speak to, was the proposed Oxford-Richmond transit village.
Sorry, point of order.
Oh, sorry, Councilor Rahman.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. I just want to make it clear that although there is an alternative motion and amendment on the floor, well, it's not even on the floor yet, but that's being considered after and during this conversation today, I think it is important that the public realize that they should still be vocal about their concerns, because it's not a decided matter yet.
Well,
And
I'll
this
be vocal, thank you.
And this is your opportunity. So I don't want anyone to hold back on what they're going to say, presupposing an outcome. So I think it's really important that we provide that opportunity. People have been waiting for months to be able to comment on this, and I want to make sure they have clear opportunity to do so. Thank you.
No, thank you for raising that, Councilor. And it was by no means to stifle what you wanted to say today. And the Councilor is correct. This has not been a decided a matter at all. It's just before us for the first time, and we will be discussing it and voting on things today. So, yeah, it was not intended to stifle any comments, but just I think there was more addressing maybe some concerns that people were thinking about. Please, sir, continue.
Right. Well, thank you for that clarification. And since I haven't seen these new amendments, I'll speak like I haven't, because I haven't. And so I think when I was looking at the material that was posted last week, and the page reference could be wrong on 245 of the material, it said, quote, the existing city plan said, no new transit villages types will be added over the life of the plan. So I was a little confused how that statement is there, and then suddenly we're not through the life of the plan, and yet there's a proposed Oxford-Richmond transit village. So it seemed like a sudden U-turn that I didn't understand. And much like this gentleman mentioned earlier, I really don't think there's been adequate public participation and input on this. I got my first notice sometime towards the end of June, and frankly, I didn't understand any of it. It wasn't written to, hey, this is what's changing, and this is what's impacting you. It was a bunch of gobbledygook, as someone said. So it took me a few weeks to understand what was going on, and by then you have holidays, and next thing I know, here we are. So that was disappointing. Also on page 203, I think, of the material that was circulated last week, it said a heritage impact assessment may be a requirement of development. Well, it should be a requirement as it relates to the Bishop Helmuth area. But basically, I'm not in support of the new transit village as it relates to the development on the North Oxford side. But fundamentally, there's got to be more input here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to you. Please, ma'am, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
It's Evelyn Gilkinson. I'm in Old North. I thought the transit villages were being funded by the federal government. Is that correct? There is funding for this, and I don't think that a transit village per se is just to be put anywhere in the city. It's to support transit. So the airport's not supported, and there's no flow for the university students using airports or people that don't want to use an Uber or drive. We're supposed to reduce traffic. You were going to put this at Oxford and Richmond, which the traffic is unreasonable. Can you imagine personal safety and protecting that in that area? The hospital is increasing its flow. Their mandate, it's a day in, day hospital, surgeries are done, people have to be driven and escorted. That traffic will be increasing for sure by St. Joe's. You put part of a hub is supposed to be near a train to provide transportation and flow, near an airport, which we have none of. For the amount and the population increase in our city, our airport is substandard. Transportation to that airport is substandard. No one with the population that we have the issues that we have as far as getting to and from the train station and the airport, and especially for the university students. There's obvious that participation in public transit has been reduced. Its percentages are there. You hear it on podcasts. Front Burner did a great podcast just 2 months ago on public transportation and transit hubs. So placing a transit hub just anywhere in the city is not the definition of a transit hub. And building a transit hub near a Bishop Helmuth or heritage area, and then using that transit hub to ultimately change bylaws so that you increase density just anywhere you want to, right beside Oxford and Richmond, which is having like huge flow problems, makes no sense. I can't believe you even wasted your time on this. I cannot believe. Do we have an urban planner? Do we have urban plans that shows like a good flow for this increased population that we're getting? The population density has increased in downtown, and so is the, you can't fill the spots. There's no grocery store downtown. You've not even addressed that. For the density that you've increased to the downtown core, there's no support. you were going to take away the only grocery store that some of the students use, downtown core uses, and now everyone has to drive out to get their groceries. Like, that's really sad. There has to be some sort of urban planning and thought put into the city now. We can't just haphazardly do things. Masonville is horrible. It's embarrassing. You know, seeing some of the heritage communities is the only positive light that London has to show. And you need to protect these areas and support them. But you really need to work on your urban planning, period. You can't just put transit hubs anywhere you want to. You have to actually think about transit. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, ma'am, give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Jody Unra, and I'm new. My husband and I have just moved to London, and we're really enjoying this beautiful city and the energy it has to offer. So it was with interest that when we saw the planning application, we started to educate ourselves a little bit more about transit villages and what that might look like and what that might mean for our community. We do live and reside in that area, designated by Oxford and Richmond as a transit village. So we learned a lot. We learned that the transit village is a place type for the City of London that allows for the second most intense development in the city, second only to the downtown core. So from our point of view, I mean, that just kind of led us off to other research, and we looked at other cities and other definitions of transit villages in Canada and around the world. And the one thing that they seem to have in common is that they're centered around a transit station or a transit hub, you know, and it's designed to create vibrant communities that are connected to others, and which makes perfect sense, absolutely. But then you apply it to the site that's proposed in the Richmond-Oxford area, and that starts making sense. It's not against, we're not against development in any way, shape, or form, and we understand that every city needs to intensify development to create these vibrant communities that we all want to live in. But in this instance, it just seems completely confusing, and I would agree with a number of the other speakers that there seems to be a disconnect between this planning application and some of the others. Like when we learned that at this point in time, council doesn't even support the rapid transit going north. Then where does that transit village come into play? It doesn't make sense. I understand it's a place type, but as another individual said, like once you've got that in place, how do you know, it's like open for any kind of development, which seems that in this case, that is all that we're looking at. We're trying to rezone to get the second most intense development in that area, in an area that it doesn't seem to make as much sense perhaps in other areas. Just if you look at what a transit village in general, and I understand London may have a different definition, but when one hears transit village, what that implies. And so from our point of view, we really do want the city to take a look at this transit village, and we do appreciate hearing that there is an amendment currently on the table. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the next speaker. Please, ma'am, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Yes, my name is Sylvia Brand, and I'm here about the transit village in the South End, which is very interesting in terms of, I run into just general public people in the area and mention not only about not the transit village itself, but the other developments that are going to be going up at the corner of Wellington and Bradley with huge numbers of people moving into that area. And they just shake their head, and actually they ask, well, you know, whatever. They don't listen, and where's the planning? I really don't understand how in the South End you have the structure in the road system to support another area between Jelna and Dearness on Bradley to have high-density housing or up to 30 stories or more, and then along Dearness South towards the 401 on the little V shape, again, 30 stories or more, and yet Wellington Road is going to be 2 lanes each way, I believe, because of the transit in the middle. So we already have traffic problems. I couldn't believe that today, not only is Wellington Road messed up, Southdale's also, you know, down to 1 lane in places. So like there isn't another way to go anymore. You can't get out. You can't even go down and get on Wellington in the south end. So to me, it was the south end. But bottom line is the whole idea of the transit villages sounds like we're going to have these 4 different communities. In the south end, there's going to be so many people there, they're going to have a lot of voting pressure if they actually vote. They might actually vote themselves out of London based on what you're doing to it. I don't know. Like, a lot of people moved here from Toronto during COVID. And they moved for a reason. They didn't want to live in a city like Toronto. But what you're doing is creating the same sort of thing. And I don't know why it's mostly in the south end, but that's because I'm down there. I don't see any good reason for any of these transit villages. When I looked at that map and tried to figure out exactly where they were located, it seemed like they were all located around an existing mall or something like that. My guess is if you do this thing in the south end, White Oaks Mall might decide to put up a high residential apartment building instead, and then there will be no shopping in that area. And the other problem is our transit system isn't that great. So you put in rapid transit, you can get to a certain point, but once you've gotten to that point, they still can't get to their job in a reasonable length of time. So I don't know the transit system that well, but all you're going to have is a larger population out on these transit hubs. Are they going to go downtown? Absolutely not. And in fact, actually, mentioned by somebody else, they might actually go outside of the city to shop because it's easier, because you can avoid all the traffic. It takes me longer to go from one end of the city to the other side. Like in London, it's unbelievable. Not that some of the other cities aren't bad too, but I don't know where you have road structure, that who's going to go north-south. Adelaide, I think, is probably as wide as it can be. Wellington's being reduced. Wonderland's already a nightmare. Like, and that's the north-south. Then look at the east-west. Bradley can be widened in some places, but not all the way along. Exeter Road can't go through the 401. And everything north of that is already busy. Like, unless we're going to fly in the sky, guys, I don't know where we're going to go. Like, people will have to order their groceries to their house
30
because
seconds.
they won't be able to go out. One point, the affordable housing, I am stunned to think that the council believes $1,400 a month for an apartment is actually affordable to the young people who are out there working in low-income jobs. That's pretty shocking. And I think I mentioned that part. The other
Thank you.
thing,
Your time is up, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll go to the gentleman up there. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Yep, my name is Ken Hall, and I'm a lifetime London resident. Various times I've lived in Huron Heights, Glencairn, Oak Ridge. I now reside in Bishop Helmuth Heritage District. I have a business downtown with 75 employees at Carling and Richmond. I'm a neighbor of the councillor from Ward 5. And I just want to speak about the Transit Village. I appreciate the mayor introducing the information about a proposed change, and that's great. And also the encouragement to still express a point of view. So if I use Wikipedia just as my source here, a transit village is a pedestrian-friendly mixed-use district or neighborhood oriented around the station of a high-quality transit system, such as a rail or BRT.
Often a civic square of public space abuts the train station, functioning as the hub or centerpiece of the surrounding community and encouraging social interaction. While mainly residential in nature, many transit villages offer convenience, retail, and services to residents heading to and from train stations. So the transit village, it's a very lovely term. It will certainly supplant the only grocery store we have in the neighborhood. It is on a space that's insufficient to really even meet what it's trying to accomplish, and it can't help but affect the surrounding heritage district. So again, I would agree with comments made already. I'm not sure how this is actually going to achieve the goals or achieve the goals without affecting the heritage district around it. When people talk about London, they think about, or any city, they think about the unique cultural or heritage features of the city. So here in London, we have the Thames Valley River system, we have a trail system, we're known as the Forest City, we take pride in trees, and we have certain heritage districts, including places like Old South, Woodfield, and Bishop Helmuth. And as time goes on, it just seems like our cities are becoming more alike. And they're basically just long strips of concrete, pavement, strip malls, and very similar franchises in every city across the country. So I think it is important that the city does continue to put emphasis on preserving the unique nature of the city in whichever wards those are, and also uses some wisdom to be able to achieve transit goals without actually taking 2 steps backwards, which is precisely what's going to happen here and affect the unique identity of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the top gentleman there. Please give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John Fleming, City Planning Solutions. I did want to just advise you that I'm representing 2 clients today. So rather than sitting down and standing back up again, I'm hoping that you can give me just a little bit of extra time and I'll cover both of them. But I'll take your lead on that. On behalf of both clients, I'd like to thank planning staff for all their hard work. This has been a major undertaking to address such sweeping changes to the London Plan policy. And we want to congratulate Heather, Justin, Nancy, and their teams for the good work that they've done, and of course Scott for making all of this happen with his leadership. We think this is a great direction to open up more potential for height, density, and much needed housing in London and at strategic locations. We generally agree with the direction that staff are recommending, but we have some important concerns and are asking for some specific changes. We've engaged in the process, just so that you're aware, written letters and attended meetings and conducted conversations with staff throughout the process. I'd like to start by expressing the concerns and requests of Tricar Properties, first client. You can find our letter on your added agenda. As you know, Tricar is a leading developer of mid-rise and high-rise apartment buildings in London. Our greatest concern with the staff recommendation is the limitation on mid-rise building height on major streets in the neighborhood place type. So the staff recommendation would limit height to 6 stories along these major streets outside of the primary transit area, even where sites are large enough to appropriately accommodate 7 or 8 stories. The London Plan defines high-rise buildings as those that are more than 8 stories in height, and that to me would suggest, and as I recall, mid-rise extends as a definition to 8 stories, not 6 stories. So why wouldn't council want to allow the opportunity for mid-rise buildings up to 8 stories on major streets where such height is deemed to be appropriate? And to be clear, this is not to say that 8 stories should be allowed on all sites along major streets, nor would it be appropriate on all sites to allow 6 stories on major streets. Rather, as expected in the London Plan, as pointed out actually by Mr. Wallace earlier, the zoning bylaw would assign the appropriate height up to 8 stories based on the size of the lot, surrounding context, sanitary capacity, and other planning factors. There are some excellent examples of 7- and 8-story buildings along major streets outside of the primary transit area, such as the 7-story Tricar building, I'll point out, which is right across from Springbank Park. This kind of building will be very difficult to achieve under the staff recommended heights in the neighborhood place time on type on major streets. Once council sets the official plan limit at 6 stories along major streets outside of the primary transit area, expectations will be established and set in the community, and it'll likely be very difficult to get beyond 6 stories through an official plan amendment. Why not set the limit at 8 stories, consistent with the London Plan's definition of mid-rise apartment buildings, and allow the opportunity for 7- and 8-story buildings where it's clearly appropriate through the zoning amendment process. If you want to proceed as we're requesting, I would point you to the very minor wording change that would be required. Mr. Wallace pointed this out as well, to table 11 of the staff recommendation to allow 8 stories as the base maximum height on major streets. And again, you could reference my submission. Secondly, TRICAR is also concerned with Clause D of the staff recommendation. I think that this is addressed in what Mayor Morgan has put forward, but I will state that they are also concerned that council resolution that sets targets without a lot of context could become de facto regulations, and there's concern around that. There are some important issues addressed through those targets, but to us it seems that's a role or an opportunity for the site plan process and discussion therein, not to have specific numerical targets that could become like regulations. I'd now like to turn to concerns and requests of 100 Kellogg Lane, the name of the corporation that has been
30
developed.
seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity, is that for both
No,
clients?
you got 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I can give it to every 5 minutes to everybody else. I'm not going to make an exception here.
Okay. Well, I'll just say that to date, they've sunk $250 million into the Kellogg's district. And what they're looking for, and you can see it again in my submission in the added agenda, is some clarity around the special policy that already exists in the official plan that will now apply to the Kellogg's district in the transit village policies. And it would allow for parking, for example, on the north side of Dundas Street, for overflow parking for an event that might be occurring on the south side of Dundas Street, all within their land holdings. The way the policy is written now, we think there are some addresses missing, and we also think that there needs to be better clarity. We have put our requested change, it's fairly technical, but we think it could avoid a problem in the future where there's parking that's going to be accommodating other places within the transit village on their land holdings. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Jared Zafin with the London Home Builders Association. First, just want to say it's very nice to have the guard down and getting to speak to everybody very freely. It's really nice, so thank you for forging ahead with that. On behalf of the Home Builders Association, first wanted to thank staff for their work on this and bringing this forward. There's certainly a lot of positive changes that we have seen coming from this file. At the same time, certainly I think some disagreements that we have shared with staff, and I believe from what some of the mayor has put forward today, I think speaks a bit to where some of those challenges are and where some opportunities are for, I think, really trying to achieve a lot of the goals and objectives in the Housing Accelerator Fund. And a lot of the entirety of the housing framework that we're looking in the review today is as a result of funds that the city has gone to bat for to get with the Housing Accelerator Fund with the direct intention of removing barriers to encourage local initiatives to build more homes faster. And these items, this one and the next one you will be addressing, look to achieve from the half plan summary initiatives 1 and 3, proactive as-of-right zoning to promote high-density development and promoting infill development. Specifically, I'm going to address 2 major items in this today. The first being stacked townhomes. The opportunity that comes with this that's being put forward today will provide some of the most affordable and easily built homes that could be done in the city over the next many years, making the ability to create more homes faster do exactly that. This will accomplish that in so many ways that will help put forward so many more of the so dearly needed homes that we need in our city that are affordable as well. specifically requesting that stacked townhouses should be added to the neighborhood streets classification as a permitted use, and in support of that, to have a base condition of 4 stories along a neighborhood connector. Providing 4 stories in neighborhood connectors would give the flexibility needed to make these stacked townhouse projects broadly viable. This immediately opens up a great deal of opportunity for dense and attainable forms of housing, which is exactly what the city has been asking for and what the community is looking for as well. With rising costs of all inputs into building, stacked townhomes are becoming a very popular type of home to build, which is often now becoming the new starter home. Our membership, which represents close to 300 different businesses in this community with many, many builders, provides so much opportunity to these builders to create the drastically needed homes that we will need now in our community and into the near future. This is also a type of home that our builders have already started doing in the community, with many more on the horizon. Also, I want to reiterate that under the R6 and R5 zones, these permissions currently exist, so why would we look to reduce those existing permissions and go in the opposite direction? The next point I wanted to address was staff's request to civic administrations regarding site plan. Unfortunately, much of what's in this request here, I believe, is counter to the intention of what the HAF funds are trying to accomplish, which is to be able to build more homes faster and simplify processes and remove barriers. What is being put forward here as part of a request for consideration in site plan will do the complete opposite of that. Will make projects' timelines significantly longer. We all recognize that what goes into site plan can be a very subjective process and can be a bit of a negotiation between those building and what ultimately gets built. The cost, the additional cost, the timelines that go into that will make projects less affordable and create those timelines longer, so that in the end of the day, if we want to try and get more homes built faster that are affordable, this is going to be completely counter to that. So I would absolutely encourage you to support the mayor's amendment on this, which I think will accomplish exactly that. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback and hope this can be taken into consideration as part of your discussion today, and want to reiterate again how critical stacked townhomes are going to be as a type of home that's going to be needed in our community over the next many years and decades. Unfortunately, homes of all types have gotten more expensive to build, with all different types of inputs getting more expensive. What we want to try and do is be able to offer a type of home that many, many people in our community and those that are looking to come to our community can afford and can be able to live in, and also ones that can be built in a very fast manner. And exactly this is going to be able to accomplish that and fit very well in so many neighborhoods throughout our entire city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Look for the next speaker. Please, ma'am, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My name's Marie Bloch, and once again, I'm here on behalf of the Broughdale Community Association. And then at the end, if I have a few minutes, I'd like to make a couple additional comments of my own. But in terms of the Broughdale Community Association, our first comment is that I don't know whether to say we're appalled or refreshed that you've only, according to this on section 5, page 7, city staff from various departments and developers comprise the complete list of those that were consulted, and that residents who are the most impacted by these heights and transit villages are just left out. So, I mean, I know we're at the bottom of the heap. So like I said, I don't know if we're appalled or just kind of refreshed that there's some honesty going on here. But in terms of the heights, we've had some experience as a community with some of these taller buildings, and had some very specific suggestions that if we were to be consulted, we might want to make. One is our experience with the Lux on Richmond Street. We had horrible traffic problems there, and the city had to come in after the fact and put in a pull-in lay-by area so that cars could pull over and not cause traffic accidents and jams when they make deliveries or the students are moving in. Would also suggest that there be significant setbacks to allow for some trees and plantings to kind of offset this concrete jungle that's rapidly taking over the city. Would encourage design guidelines. We note that you've removed the Urban Design Peer Review Board or panel, whatever it was called, and would suggest that you reinstate that. If you're going to have all these tall buildings, there should be some guidelines that they look good at least. The height of the building certainly impacts the residents. It's for shadows, loss of privacy, all of those concerns need to be taken into effect. Would suggest that you consider if commercial buildings are being built, that there be a residential component required. The old idea of living above the store. So that's something that wasn't considered. Also, bird-friendly policies should apply to these buildings. And the parking. I think that, and just kind of as a separate issue, I'd like to just talk about parking a little bit. I think that Councillor Rahman raised a very good point when she was discussing this issue of, well, the developer says it's more affordable to just go ahead and build the building without any parking spots, or with very, very few parking spots. Or as I was here before, we're going to get 14 parking spots for a complex with 70 bedrooms. What happens to all those overflow cars? There's only, and it's an interesting issue, because if you think about it, the city's had to deal with developments that were built without sidewalks or without streetlights. And so in the end, when these become issues, the developer's long gone. They saved their money. They didn't put in sidewalks. They didn't put in streetlights. It falls on the city. And that expense falls on you. And I like I said, I think Councillor Rahman has raised a very good point in saying what's going to happen when people start demanding parking. Now, one thing that might happen is you might start getting developers coming in here and saying, well, I'm going to build a parking garage. And don't laugh, because the Lux building, when you pay your $900 for your bedroom, that doesn't come with a parking spot. If you want a parking spot, that's an additional $175 per month. I mean, think about that. Why don't I just start building parking garages and renting those out? Or maybe selling them. You can actually buy those Lux parking spots. The last time I looked, they were $50,000. Okay, this is not affordable. Okay, this is not, this whole idea of everything is going to be affordable if we lower this cost, that's not what's happening here. It's really just a buzzword. So, okay, so finally, transit villages. People ask me about this. I just say, there are no transit villages. I mean, there's no transit. It's just a place type to build these tall buildings. So, I think you should be a little more clear about that, and certainly increase the public participation, because you can see that there's a lot of interest here, and there's a lot of ideas and a lot of concerns, and so this really has to go back to the drawing board.
Thank you. Look for the next speaker, a gentleman over here on my left. Please give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Casey Kolchicki. I'm a senior associate with Zelenka Priamo Limited. I'm here today on behalf of 785 Wonderland Inc. They are the owners and operators of Westmount Mall. I have put a letter in that is on the agenda, or the added agenda today, and I'm just going to reiterate our request that is contained in that letter. We are in support of the redesignation of the Westmount Mall property as a major shopping area. We are also in support to the proposed height increase to 15 stories. The concern of my client is that we recently settled an OLT dispute with staff earlier this year that settled on a 12-story maximum down from our proposed 16 stories as part of our application. We're looking for some confirmation or some assurances that as part of this amendment to the London Plan that our site-specific policy framework will also be updated to change the portion of the property that is subject to that 12-story maximum to the increased 15-story maximum to avoid the need for an official plan amendment when that site redevelops. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, ma'am, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Rachel Forrester-Jones. I have submitted 2 letters with over 40 signatures to them, including 1 letter to the added addendum. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors, staff, and fellow City of London residents. This really is a story of equity and equitable consultation, or lack of thereof. We all know that there has been a huge and hugely negative response from residents and business owners to the city plans for the Oxford-Richmond area. We have seen many of the communications sent to the Planning Office and to other members of the council. As well as challenging the legitimacy of the consultation exercise, those who have written to the Planning Office and CCing the councillors have presented diverse yet strong and valid arguments to you for rethinking what you are proposing to do to this area. Among those who have written are significant experts in the fields of planning, engineering, financial experts, and law, many of whom have worked in the City of London and contributed to its growth for many years. Many have also live in and around the Oxford-Richmond area and have invested in it. London, like many cities, is an eclectic mix. We have Wortley, we have the downtown, we have Old North, to name just a few. Like many cities, we also have our fair share of underdeveloped areas that are also equity-deserving areas. They are also areas of low density, and they need development. Oxford-Richmond area is not such one of these areas that needs such development. As the City of London, of which we all are, we have an opportunity to use a federal grant, a housing accelerator fund, to develop areas. And there is a moral argument here that the money from the public purse be used for underdeveloped areas. It has to be used wisely, it has to be used equitably, and it has to be used appropriately. This is about equity of resources, and we know, and the Planning Office know, and I've talked to the Planning Office, and they know where these areas are, alternative areas that need this money. As I said, this is also a story of equitable consultation. As we have all heard from many people today, the application details are written in a way that is confusing to many people. It is not written in plain English, and it does not explain the terms used adequately or with clarity, such that a reasonable person could understand the implications of such a rezoning. Although the notices that have gone out have specified alternative accessible formats of communication supports are available upon request, please contact landerv@london.ca for more information. Someone with a disability, for example, a sight impairment or an intellectual disability who has capacity to consent, or an older person not using online communication, will have been seriously disadvantaged in accessing such so-called accessible formats. We therefore believe that this consultation process contravenes the Accessibility Canada Act of 2019. Section 6 of that Act says that, and I quote, "Everyone must be able to participate fully and equally in society, and persons with disabilities must be involved in and the development of and design of laws, processes, policies, services, and structures."
30 seconds.
So we ask, therefore, that you do the right thing, that you do something that is morally defensible rather than immorally indefensible, to do the right thing and choose a more deserving area for this grant that is the public purse, and also that any consultation from now on is absolutely equitable and inclusive. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Remain Alex Vandersloot with Auburn Developments. I do wonder whether there's any federal funding available to upgrade the seating in these chambers. You know, I appreciate the opportunity to provide commentary on this proposal. We at Auburn have been consistently engaged in this process with staff through various consultations and presentations and written communication. We have submitted written communication on this item this evening, and unfortunately, you're going to see me again for the third time on the zoning item after this. We're still working to understand some of the implications of the changes advanced by the mayor and the deputy mayor. To be perfectly honest, we do have concerns with the down designation of some of our lands along Richmond Street, and certainly would look forward to some discussions on that topic in the next couple of weeks in advance of council. With respect to the creation of the new place type, major shopping area, we support the city for the creation of what will become a hierarchical, nodal, mixed-use framework in London with major and minor shopping areas. We do believe, however, that there's an opportunity to apply the major shopping area designation more broadly throughout the city, rather than how it's being proposed in the framework and eligibility criteria as they've been proposed. It's mostly or almost exclusively applied to sites which are built out and operating, and oftentimes quite stably and successfully. The cost of redevelopment on built sites is significant. We're going through this in London in partnership with Drewlow at Wellington and Bradley. The heights that we secured through a bonusing framework on that site were just barely meeting the threshold for us to spend the money to demolish and redevelop rather than simply keep it operating as a commercial site. And I think a lot of developers who are receiving this major shopping area designation are going to be doing that calculus. And my concern, and our concern, is that the creation of this new place type may not actually have much effect on boosting housing stock in London. So to that end, you know, we think that looking at some vacant development sites, which, you know, essentially greenfield lands, where developers are ready to move ahead with applications, should be something that's under consideration by this committee and council. On that point, we have made, Auburn, 2 site-specific requests in our written submissions to the committee for lands in London that we believe are good candidates for major shopping area designation. They are 1924 Adelaide Street North, which is the lands immediately abutting Stony Creek Community Center to the west at the northeast corner of Adelaide and Sunningdale, as well as 1269 Hyde Park Road, which is in the commercial node at Sarnia and Hyde Park, just at the south end of the Hyde Park Road Main Street commercial corridor. You know, we've provided a rationale within our written submission. I won't go through all of it, but you know, we're hopeful that there is some interest and uptake to advance those as major shopping areas, along with the changes that are included in the LDI submission on the framework for major shopping areas in London. The last thing I want to say is that, you know, we are, I think, in agreement with our LDI colleagues and some of the others that have spoken from the development side of things tonight or this afternoon, that there is room in this new framework to permit, with caveats, 8 stories for neighborhood sites with frontage on major roads, and that the city should be looking to appropriate transition, built form transition provisions in the neighborhood's policies, as well as through zoning, to ensure that we're not leaving density on the table while maintaining a correct interface with existing low-rise areas. That's really all I have to say, and I'll see you on the zoning item.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, ma'am, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
No, I'll stay up here. It's Sophie Skaith,
I'd just like to comment a little more generally on things. And going back to the London plan specifically, where it states right at the beginning that this was a vision for the next 20 years of city building in London. So this was a plan for 2020, and we're now 4 years into it, starting into our 5th year. We're talking about a lot of changes here. What I would like to see going forward is, why don't we have a vision for 2050? What do we want the city to look like in 2050 and start planning for that? I really don't know how we're going to accommodate a lot of people without providing adequate infrastructure as shopping. If we're going to go carless, we need to be able to get groceries to people. And what I'm seeing in some neighborhoods, and I can vouch for this in my neighborhood, delivery trucks, one after another, bringing groceries, bringing Amazon trucks. I don't know how many of these vehicles come down the street every day. They have to stop somewhere. In a residential area, it's pretty easy for them to stop. But as we build up the city and people keep ordering things, this creates a nightmare for me. I mean, I don't want to drive up Richmond North because even though you've got a lay-by there now, they still double park and it's still single lane some of the time. So we need lay-bys, we need larger areas if we're going to have no parking spaces. I would happily take transit. I'd love to take transit everywhere. I grew up taking transit everywhere. I can't in this city. I can't even get to the airport. And if we want to connect, as we're talking about this city and have hubs, we really need to look at a ring area. And we've talked about this a long time. But, you know, the city is growing larger and larger. You know, we talked about going westbound. We got West 5. Well, it doesn't stop there. We're now going into, you know, Kilworth, Kamoka, Mount Bridges. And all those people are coming in. But what's also happening is the people in London that can't get downtown are going out there to do their shopping. So if London is going to remain focused and grow, which it can, we need to really start thinking, you know, 25 years to the future. What do we want the city to look like then? We're 5 years into this plan. So I really would like to see us not work so much on making amendments and amendments and amendments to the London plan, but to start working on a new one that might see a better vision and have a lot of consultation on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I'll ask the clerk if there's anyone online.
Apologies if I do not pronounce your name right. Is it Anura?
Yes, it is. I do not have any comments, so I just listening. Yeah.
Telotama? Did she come on? Telotama?
I'll go to you, sir. Please give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
My name's Theron Jones. I live on Lawson Road. I'm in the Orchard Park, Sherwood Forest area. I do want to make a comment. Historically, I've done a lot of work with city staff in the City of London for our neighborhood group, and as an individual, as a resident, and the communication and dialogue has always been great. And I'd say this is one occasion where I've really seen a breakdown in how this, and from what I normally would experience. And from that point, I live on a connector. I never received any notification of the significant changes that are being proposed in the amendment. And certainly in July, when we were asked to meet with city for comments, the changes that were being showed as potential amendments at that time are far different from what we're talking about today. And the concept of stacked townhouses, even into residential neighborhood streets, certainly weren't even ideas that were broached in any of the initial consultation process. So that isn't the process that I'm familiar with in dealing with the city. The other thing I was really surprised by is the fact that there is already mechanisms within the London plan to deal with going higher with buildings. Whether it's been exercised by various developers, I can't comment, but the necessity for these aggressive changes in the London plan or in the proposed amendments seem curious because those mechanisms existed as it stands today, and why we have to make the changes I have little understanding of. The general concept of doubling and tripling building heights is really what concerns us as a neighborhood group, and certainly having worked on the Great Near Campus Neighborhoods initiatives years ago and watching that progress, it certainly looks like we're almost abandoning many of those policies. And I can't understand why an area that has spent over 30 years lending its geography to the greatest intensification in the city is now being ignored and simply just has to eat whatever height changes and whatever proposed amendments. You know, we're changing things on the fly to accommodate the builders without having consideration for the residents. And those residents, we've been compromised, and we will meet with city. We accept the fact growth is inevitable, but it needs guardrails. And as the amendments are proposed right now, there is no balance. It's simply, let's just build and let's just go up. And I think with respect, those groups need to have input, and there needs to be communication so people understand what's going on. The difference between a connector, a boulevard, all these things are not understood by the residents, certainly not in our community. And if you knew the number of people on my connector street, I live on one, and if you told them that this was going to turn into a stacked townhouse development, that would be very concerning to them, because we're very close to the university and the economics permit that type of construction for student rental. I would love it if it went to residential, but it doesn't. It will go to student rental. That's where the economics fit. And we have supported a variety of projects in our neighborhood. For instance, we have a brand new townhouse development. The Sherwood Forest School site was redeveloped. We were realistic. It wasn't all going to be single hold freehold homes. It has townhouses. And similarly along Sarnia Road, 279 Sarnia, that's going to be a large development. We put our support behind it. We're not saying no, we don't want any development, but we want control. We want the city to have the ability for planners to look at what's being proposed by builders, and we don't want to take the guardrails off where everybody can just build what they want. Let's put the trust right in the construction community alone. It needs controls, and that's what we want today. And so what we're asking for is essentially that city staff take this back and review it. And if you can't do this before the third reading, you do a community involvement where you actually engage the residents
30 seconds.
and ask them for their input, because people don't know this is happening, and they certainly don't understand the vast change that you're proposing. Thank you.
Thank you. Look for the next speaker. I'll ask if there's anyone online.
Paul? I have Paul registered to speak.
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes. You can hear us.
He's the last one I had.
Okay. I understand from the clerk there's no one else online? Okay. One last call for, please, sir. Go ahead, give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of committee, and other members of council. My name is Mohammed Musa. I am 155 Thornton Ave. I discovered earlier today that there was a motion on the floor to remove section D. Am I
Well, there's
correct?
no motion on the floor as of yet.
okay.
The mayor
There's
has
a
spoken to
okay.
some intentions, but there's nothing on the floor.
I just wanted to address a couple of things with respect to section D. Mostly the maximum tower floor plate. If you do a search of the map on the city website, an 1,100 square meter floor plate would not have allowed every building within a 1 kilometer radius of here built in the last 35 years. They would not meet that criterion. 1,100 square meters is far too small. I understand you may be taking that out, but I needed to address it. There are other things I wanted to address, but some of the heavy hitters before me, more qualified than I am, excuse me, have already addressed those. I do see here section 4, or IV of D. I think that's a good idea, which is the 5-hour sunlight on any public parks. You know, we want to preserve our parks. And I will just point out, sorry, it's summer solstice, not equinox, just in case that does get kept in there. Oxford Street West. The development on Oxford Street West has absolutely exploded. We're talking about transit corridors, we're talking about transit villages. I think to stop a transit corridor, transit's gonna come, rapid transit, whatever, in whatever form it comes, is gonna come out to that side of the city sometime soon. We need to extend that transit corridor. We're already at the UGB, built up at the very west end of Oxford Street. And as an individual said earlier, a lot of people from Kilworth, Kamoka, Mount Bridges are using Oxford Street to get into the city, and we have more development that's going on out there. I know it's not part of the agenda, but it needs to be considered to make that part of the urban transit corridor. You're expanding, we're expanding Oxford Street to 4 lanes between Sanatorium all the way out to Gideon Drive, possibly further, and we'll see even more population growth out there that is going to require transit. It is a very busy road to travel. Last point I want to make, and it's not necessarily here on this agenda, there is a roundabout being put up at Oxford and Gideon. To my mind, it's a useless place to put it. But in discussions last year, earlier this year, in the expansion of Oxford Street, they want to put traffic lights at West Elborn and at Commissioner's Canes. Those are the areas that are going to require roundabouts. So I'm glad I'm speaking to a little bit over half of council, because there won't be a PPM on this. This will just come to you, under which committee I'm not sure. But please consider, especially for transit, roundabouts at West Elm in Oxford and Commissioner Canes in Oxford. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other folks that want to address the committee? Check one more. Oh, please, sir. Give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Robin Downif. I live just north of Richmond and Oxford. Just one comment based on my presence here this afternoon. It's apparent to me that builders, developers have a different level of access to city staff, and I feel that the general public, those of us who live here are going to be most affected by change, are disadvantaged in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the gallery or online? I'll check one more time. Is there anybody online? Seeing no more people that wish to address the committee, I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Councilor Rahman, seconded by Councilor Lewis, or Deputy Mayor Lewis, and I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. I just want to go to staff with a couple of questions or comments I'm looking for. First of all, we have an official plan, the London Plan. When is that up for renewal?
So the London Plan was approved in 2016, and under the Planning Act, it's required to be reviewed comprehensively within 10 years of that approval. And actually, I should say it was approved by the province what came into force in 2017. So we have until 2027 to complete that review. However, we have initiated the review already, and this amendment actually forms part of that review, so that overall review of the London Plan is already begun and is underway now.
Thank you. And the other thing I just want to get, just for the public's information, what is a stacked townhouse?
Through the chair, a stacked townhouse is essentially a townhouse with another row of townhouses almost on top, or it basically is stacked. So essentially, it would be within what you would normally think of as one building, I guess you could say. It's actually divided into two, essentially. So there's an upper and a lower typically for stacked townhouses. Sometimes can be slightly taller, sometimes there can even be as many as 3, but generally that's how it's defined. There's an actual definition, though, in our zoning bylaw if anyone is interested in it. I just don't have it in front of me right now, so.
But in simple terms, what you're saying is a townhouse that would be rented or owned in its entirety from top to bottom, and a stacked townhouse would have perhaps two livable units within that one structure. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. And essentially, like in a normal townhouse, the dividing lines between units are vertical. In a stacked townhouse, the dividing lines between units can be vertical or horizontal.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I just wanted to get some of those things clear. Thanks everyone for your comments. Appreciate it. I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Chair, before we get into debates and motions, I think there were 2 questions from the gallery that you might, through you, direct to staff. Very specific ones with regard to the 100 Kellogg special provisions and what these amendments do to that. And the other with regard to the Westmount Mall site-specific settlement that was just done with OLT. Those were 2 very technical questions specific to individual sites, but are impacted potentially by this. So if, perhaps through you, if we could get the answers to those before we move into motions and debate.
Okay, I'll go to staff and the concerns over 100 Kellogg and the implications of this that would have on that particular site.
Through the chair, looking at the 100 Kellogg's policy, it currently exists as is, and there, what Mr. Fleming has proposed is to add a few additional sites. We have not looked at this at all. We have not considered, the implications of that. There was a special policy that was added to the official plan several years ago with respect to 100 Kellogg's, and it specifically identified specific sites for accessory parking. So it's something that we'd have to take back and look at whether if it's even possible or not. I would normally say that something like this would usually go through some sort of an official plan amendment in order so that we could have a fulsome review, basically, to ensure that there was no real impact of something like this. Unfortunately, I can't give much more of an answer.
Deputy Mayor.
So I just want clarification, though, on the existing special area provisions. Those are still allowed, but any additions would need to come forward through a new process.
Go to staff.
Through the chair, yes, exactly. So the existing provisions carry over. There are 4 properties that were identified for accessory parking. However, like I said, there's additional parking areas that have been identified by Mr. Fleming, and that has not been considered at all. So that would require some sort of an amendment, typically. and through the chair, for the second question about Westmount Mall. I was thinking we might also need to discuss that with legal potentially, because this was a settled matter at the land tribunal last year or the year before. So there may need to be some discussion with legal.
Through the chair, I've now had that discussion with legal, and so the policy is enforced, so it would have to be amended. And we've not heard from, as far as I'm aware, from the property owner or agent on that property yet, so we can have a discussion with them about what that could look like.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, you're satisfied? Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the mayor. The mayor, I understand, has a motion that he'd like to present to the committee.
Yes, Chair. So I circulated and actually put it on the added agenda, the alternate motion that I'd like to make, which has a few changes. I'm happy to look for a seconder and then provide a little bit of an overview of what's contained within that and the rationale for it.
I'll look for a seconder. Deputy Mayor has seconded.
Okay. So the changes I'm proposing incorporate a number of things, and I'd like to outline that and then speak a little bit about some of the comments that the public has made today. But I want to start first by thanking the public for their comments, as well as staff for their work. And I want to say, although I'm making an amendment to what staff has proposed, I certainly fully respect and understand how staff came to the recommendations they made. Their recommendations are rooted in our existing policies, including the London Plan, the Provincial Policy Framework, the PPS, and a number of other documents, and I think that their work is exemplary, and they have provided council with an appropriate professional opinion based on our current plans. But as we've heard today, some of our current plans are out of date. We've started the renewal of things like our official plan. The provincial policy statements are changing effective October 1st. We know that our plans are grossly out of date for the population that has already come to this city. Even in the London Plan, we are far ahead of the population projections where we thought we would be at this point. And so I think, although this is a great staff proposal, I think this is an opportunity for us to really show how we're going to address the housing crisis in our cities with one of what are many steps that we'll need to make. And so my proposal is to be a little bit more aggressive on some of the opportunities for residential development within our city and density. And I want to be more aggressive for two reasons. One, we know that we have a housing crisis. Like, this is a big problem. We are nowhere near across this country meeting the housing needs that we need to not continue to see an escalation and pressure in prices. It will go up and down over time, but there is an upward trend here. The opportunity for our children to have the same home ownership that we have is not there right now without us trying to increase supply and include affordable items across the city. But supply is a big pressure point here. And so this is not just a London problem, this is something that all of us have to be doing across different cities. When we don't develop here, we don't provide opportunities for infill and intensification, people still develop, and they develop on farmland outside of the city. The ex-urban growth pressure in Ilderton, Kilworth, Kamoka, Arva, all these surrounding communities is tremendous. And if we don't provide adequate opportunities here, we're going to continue to see that outside our city where there isn't opportunity to supply transit and many other things that we know can alleviate the environmental impacts of significant population growth. So what am I proposing that's different from the staff recommendation? First is, to many of the comments today, the elimination of the proposed transit village at Richford and Oxford. We're in the process of developing a master mobility plan, and I think that master mobility plan will dictate whether or not we need new transit villages. It will be an important plan when it comes to fruition to guide transit and transit opportunities for the next 25 years, including opportunities out to the west end of the city, as was mentioned in the discussion. I also think we need to pull back on the rapid transit corridor on Richmond Street, north of there, and convert it back to a civic boulevard classification until we determine how transit will move from the central to the north part of the city, and that can then change out of the master mobility plan at that point. But the existing land use structure and buildings along that corridor are not structured adequately to support the height and density that we're contemplating with these changes that would be layered on to the existing framework of how that road is classified. And so a civic boulevard classification is likely more appropriate at this time until we figure out exactly how transit will be developed across the city. The The third piece in the motion today, and again, parts of this are in the second item that we'll talk about, but I'll stick to this one, is the permitting of 4-story stacked townhouses along, up to, I should say, along neighborhood connectors. And I certainly hear that not everybody knows what a neighborhood connector is. It's a specific map within our planning documents that outlines where they are. There are many roads mentioned, others, and there's a variety of roads, Tier 2, Baseline, Blackacres, Cheapside, Kipps Lane. They're all neighborhood connectors. And I'll comment on that in just a second. The other piece that is proposed here is to delete the staff recommendation to add the additional pieces into site plan. Doesn't mean the other things that are in the site plan process are being removed. It's just we're not going to layer additional pieces into there as were contemplated in Section D, and I'll provide some rationale to that maybe in the debate. But on the stacked townhouses piece, and I don't know what my time is, Mr. Chair, but I'm going to deal with this as quick as possible.
In view of the importance of this, I will grant you some extra minutes.
Do you want to do that as a motion, or? I think you should.
Yeah, so if you want to request additional time, please.
I do.
Okay.
I'll say 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to go to the committee to see if Deputy Mayor Lewis make the motion, seconded by Councilor Rahman. So I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues, and I appreciate that some of my changes are in a variety of areas. Having a little bit more time to explain those is valuable to me, and hopefully to the debate. So on the stacked townhouse piece, as was discussed, these are our opportunity for affordable development that can be built quickly in the city. Not all neighborhood connectors will exhibit the same redevelopment potential. Like local characteristics of the street, including lot sizes, the value of the building types, they're going to define how that actually comes into fruition. And it would be, I think, perilous to us to try to do this on a site-by-site basis across the city. It would be time-consuming, it would be micromanaging, it would presuppose exactly where all the properties and street segments would exhibit the best opportunities for development. And I think doing it on a broad basis with some of the protections that exist in the London Plan is probably the most appropriate. And I want to remind colleagues, too, that through successive OLT decisions, they've basically demonstrated that 4-story stacked townhouse-type buildings are compatible with every other residential classification type. If someone wants to take us to the OLT, they can pretty much get these things built. So for us to create a permissive framework will allow for a very affordable type of development to be built in our city where appropriate. Now, I've seen in the province many times something can get, I think, magnified in a way that maybe isn't reflective of how it will actually occur. I remember this with four units as of right. This council approved 4 units as of right, 15-0. And we don't see 4 units as of right popping up in every part where they're allowed across the city, all over the place. Other communities got into this very fearful moment of saying, this is going to change the entire city all over the place, to the point where a community like Oakville actually gave back their Housing Accelerator Fund money by not actually doing 4 units as of right. Other mayors approached me and said, I'd love to do this because I don't think it's gonna have a huge impact on the city, but the public's really against it, so I don't think we should. Giving up opportunities for significant federal funding. These developments are going to happen where they make sense across the city. They will not be on every one of these neighborhood connected streets and not dotted all along them. There is an economics to this that makes sense, and just like 4 units as of right, they're going to occur in a way that makes sense across the city, and they're still subject to the planning principles that were put within our official plan and the processes that have to be followed through site plan and other components. So I think it's easy to magnify this in a way that isn't there, but it's important for me to create the opportunity for this type of affordable development across the city if we're going to continue to try to strive to meet the housing challenges that we have together, that we have to address together. Finally, I just want to go back to the big picture on this. We have an opportunity, I think, to move forward and meet our obligations under the Housing Accelerator Fund to create the density. Also, the reason why it may feel like we're pushing forward at a pace that is uncomfortable for some is, one, we're talking about very complex planning items deep into the official plan with types and classifications. I understand that not everybody will be educated up on those things, and it takes some time to do so. We're also up against some timelines, both federally and provincially, to make some of the density changes that we want if we want to adhere to our Housing Accelerator Fund obligations, or if we want to prepare ourselves for accessing things like the Permanent Transit Fund, where the federal government has said you've got to layer some density along primary transit corridors along this to ensure that you're actually meeting your obligations to apply for this funding. This is a direction that all levels of our government are going, and we're pulling in the same direction. And so as mayor, I think it's our opportunity to send a clear signal to the public, to everybody who's asking about housing affordability, to the province and to the feds, that we're on board for solving the housing crisis. And we're going to continue to take steps in an aggressive way to do so. So the series of amendments that I put forward, I know councillors will have different opinions on. I always respect a good and thoughtful debate. I just wanted you to know some of my rationale for bringing them forward, and I look forward to a good discussion. And again, I want to thank our staff for the excellent work they did in creating, I think, good recommendations that I think we, as it's thrown over to council, have the absolute right and jurisdiction to say, we're going to do a little bit more. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so we have a motion moved and seconded, so I'll open it up to committee members and visiting councilors for a comment. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll ask if you can give me 4-minute warning so that I can stop, and because I may end up needing to ask for an extension as well. So colleagues, I'm going to try and cram as much in as fast as I can here to leave time for debate participation later. And I'm going to start sort of where the mayor left off. Yes, we're moving fast. And yes, it is technical and dense. And that is because we have to move fast, and we have to move technically to cross all of our T's and dot all of our I's. But we also have to do so. One of the very first speakers in the PPM today talked about the cost of development charge waivers to the city. It is going to be far more costly to us to not have those federal and provincial dollars, both for built infrastructure as well as the mayor alluded to, for transit, if we hand back that money and then say we'll go it on our own but at a slower pace. So it will be much, much more expensive. And we heard some comment both from the mayor, but we heard it through the comments from the public as well about ex-urban growth, about people going out to Kilworth and Kamoka and Dorchester and Thamesford and all of those places. And the worst thing that we can do is hold up development in the city and push that ex-urban growth, because when we talk about, it's not just about paving over the farm fields. But again, I come back to the tax base. Those folks aren't paying property taxes to live in Ilderton and then come and use our facilities in London and work in London and drive on our roads and enjoy the snow plowing and everything else that is done here. So infill is a better option here. I absolutely appreciate the comment about let's start thinking about what the next 50 years looks like. And the last official plan before the London plan was the 1989 official plan. In fact, when I first arrived here at council, I couldn't believe we were still referring to the 1989 official plan at council. I was elected in 2018 and we were still referring to that document. Here we are in 2024 with a plan that was passed in 2027, and it is already so out of date that in 2024 we have surpassed the population targets for 2030. So we have to update it now. There's no time to wait. We have to move forward. And I want to shift now to a couple of the other points that we heard, because we talked about we don't know how we're going to move people around. We don't know how this is all going to fit. Where are people going to shop? Well, this isn't the only thing that we're doing. We're in the midst of a master mobility plan review that should be coming forward late this year or early next year, where we will be looking at the modes of mobility. We are undertaking a vacant land needs assessment and a review of the urban growth boundary. Part of that, I know Mr. Wallace will be happy to hear, to my mind, has to include a review of the built area boundary lines as well, because those components have to be considered as well. And when we hear about the delivery trucks, yes, they frustrate me too. And where are people going to shop? Well, that's the whole point of transit villages. And yes, we don't have a practical transit village yet because we don't practically have rapid transit yet. Our downtown loop line is actually not even finished, let alone running buses on it yet. But it will be soon, and as we see that start to come forward, we will start to see those kind of commercial developments at the base of residential towers in White Oaks, in Masonville, hopefully out in Argyle, in my neighborhood as well. We'll see those develop so that people, some of those folks who are going to have jobs in the mall, where they're literally going to take the elevator downstairs and be at their job and not have to commute everywhere. So that, all of these things come together. This is not happening in isolation. So I think that it's really important to share with the public. Now, I really want to focus in on the stacked townhouses for a minute, because we're hearing a lot of how significant this is. And I actually reject that. I don't think this is significant. The neighborhood place type already allows, as a permitted use, townhouses on neighborhood streets. On neighborhood connectors, it allows it in places on neighborhood connectors where they intersect with each other or where they intersect with a civic boulevard. So the only places where they're not allowed is mid-block.
4 minutes.
Thank you. So I'm going to finish up quickly to say we're going from 3 stories to 4 stories along the length of a road where we're already allowing them at intersections. This is, as Mr. Zafman said, the most affordable form of development right now for those starter homes that families are looking for. So I really think that this is a key component of what we are proposing here today. And I'm going to end there so I can save some time and ask for an extension later if I need it during debate.
Okay, thank you. I'll look for other committee members' comments. Councilor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. So again, I want to thank staff and the public for their work on this and the public for their participation in this discussion so far. I do want to propose an amendment to the mayor and deputy mayor's motion, and my amendment actually deals with stacked townhouses. And it's to go back to what staff were originally recommending, which is in the primary transit area. So I'm just wondering if we can, I don't know if we have to delete it or what has to happen, or if it's just an adjustment to the language. I've provided some wording.
If the mover and seconder are okay with it, it hasn't been voted on, we could make that adjustment. I'll ask the mover and seconder what they think.
So through you, Chair, that would be contrary to what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay. Okay, Councilor, so we'll treat it as amendment, and I'll need a seconder for that motion.
Okay, I'm not sure if I have a seconder, but I'll speak. Can I speak to my rationale? Maybe I'll.
Councilor Frank wants to weigh in here.
Quick question, could you repeat what you said? Was it in the PTA or along primary transit areas? I just, if you could reframe what it was, I just wasn't sure what you said.
Yeah. Please.
It was staff's original recommendation, so I believe it says along, but I'm just wondering if they can clarify.
I'll go to staff. Can you clarify the original
Through the
staff
chair,
recommendation?
Through the chair, the recommendation was to permit stacked townhouses along neighborhood connectors within the primary transit area.
Okay. Councilor Frank.
And then one follow-up question, sorry. And then could you just explain the difference between that and then what is being proposed? I just want to make sure I have clarity before I make a decision on seconding.
Councilor.
That gets into my rationale. So is that okay?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just to explain the difference. You don't have to go on the reasons why you want this.
Sure. Well, part of this is the rationale. I mean, we consulted the public and said that part of what we were looking at was within the primary transit corridor, and now we're talking about all neighborhood connectors. And so it's a different conversation that we're having than perhaps the conversation that many people might have contemplated. So for instance, I didn't talk to my residents that live outside of primary transit areas but on neighborhood connectors about this. So I'm just, that's my rationale.
Okay.
And that's why I want to have the discussion. And I also think, again, from the gentle density perspective, in the primary transit area made sense to me in every neighborhood connector, or on neighborhood connectors, but in every neighborhood connector where we don't have transit in some cases, or we don't have significant transit as well, I do think we need to be having other discussions before we do this. And that is also why in the initial staff, the rest of this recommendation, it also says it will review in 1 year. So I do think we have opportunity for more discussion with the public about it. So I just think, yes, we need to move fast, but we also need to move with the public on side.
Okay, given that, do we have a seconder for Councilor Frank?
Thank you. And then maybe through the chair, could I get then staff's rationale for what their original proposal as well? I just want to be fully, because I'm like on the fence on this one, and I might second it, but that would influence my decision.
I'll go to staff on the rationale behind going with the direction you went.
Through the chair, so the rationale for directing the additional density to areas within the primary transit area is to essentially include the highest densities or additional levels of intensification within that area. So we have a target of 75% of our intensification being within the primary transit area. It's also the area best serviced by transit, so most appropriate location for intensification, especially at a neighborhood scale. So that's why we included the in the table that it would only be within the primary transit area.
Councillor?
I'm sold. I'll second that motion.
Pardon me?
I'll second.
Okay, so
Councilor
we got a
Rowan's
motion moved and seconded. I'll ask the clerk to get the wording up on the screen for us. And I'll go back to you, Councillor Alvin, if you'd like to, if you said your piece, or if you'd like to expand on that.
Thank you, and through you, and I appreciate the second and the conversation here at committee, which is where we should be doing this kind of work and having these kinds of discussions. I think we heard clearly from members of the public, some that stated they live on neighborhood connectors, that were not aware that this was being proposed. This is coming as an amendment, and while I really appreciate the opportunity to have dialogue on this and for the community to be engaged, I do think we're preempting a process in a way by not allowing enough consultation for those that live on neighborhood connectors. I have a meeting tomorrow with residents on Ambleside, for instance, about ongoing traffic concerns, separate, I know. But I did not have a fulsome conversation with them around this stacked townhouses on neighborhood connectors. And I'm not sure how many councillors did. Looking through and getting familiar with the London Plan map from 2023 that's included in the Get Involved site, you would have to know very clearly the classification of your road to know whether or not a stacked townhouse is permitted there. And I know we're hearing, well, there's going to be, you know, the assembling of land. You're going to need to be able to have lots of a certain size, et cetera. Well, just briefly looking at lot sizes on places like Ambleside and Guildwood and a lot in Ward 5, I do think that there are quite a few neighborhood connectors that would actually potentially be sites in the future that perhaps residents don't know right now that that's a possibility. So I do think that, yes, we have a desire to create more opportunities for housing. Absolutely agree. I want to see more housing, but I do think that we are, in some cases, not adequately consulting with the community on where these are going to go. And I'd appreciate the opportunity to be able to engage residents more fully. We have time for that. If we do it in the primary transit areas and continue the conversation, as it does say in the rest of the motion, for 1 year from now for us to revisit any other additional areas, and we do have time for more conversations. And I do think that the primary transit areas where we initially had these had it out in the public, and so I do think that it's important to stick with that. As far as I understand, and you'll allow me through you to ask staff questions. I'm just wondering which neighborhood connectors would have been contacted about this potential change from a public consultation perspective of the 13,200 that were mailed or contacted. I'm just wondering, was it every neighborhood connector in our community, or was it only those in primary transit areas, or was that not even taken into consideration in the transit areas?
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, the 13,000 number that Councillor Rahman was referencing actually refers to the protected major transit station zoning bylaw amendment, which is separate than what we're talking about right now, which was the Heights Review. Heights Review, Transit Village, major shopping areas. That was a citywide official plan amendment. And so because of that, we did not send specific notice. Otherwise, that would also be a 20,000 plus notice that would have needed to go out. And because it's also policy that typically we do citywide, it's essentially done differently. We do not target or typically send notices to every individual in certain place types. So,
Councillor.
Thank you, and I appreciate that feedback. So if you wanted to know your street classification, what's the best way to find that out?
Staff.
Through the chair, through staff. That's what we have every day, planners on staff that can answer those types of questions that are on duty, as well as any of the planners that were involved in these applications, including Heights Review, or even PMTSA for that matter. So, yeah.
Councillor.
Thank you. Okay, so from what I heard from some of the public conversation, from some of the discussion today, but elsewhere, is that it's difficult for the public to access this information. And so I do feel like if this small portion of this discussion does not impact our half funding, so if we continue, let's say, to keep it in the primary transit area, is there any impact to our half funding? Because it was initially proposed, so I don't suspect it would, but can we just confirm that?
Councillor Lewis, or Deputy Mayor Lewis, were you calling a point of order? No. Okay. Go to staff on that question.
Yeah, through the chair. So what's being asked is, my understanding as far as this addition is beyond what we included. We scoped everything to what was included in our half application. So this would be above and beyond what is required for the housing accelerator work.
Councillor.
Thank you. So it doesn't put any funding in jeopardy at this point. So I agree that this is ambitious, and I do appreciate that the mayor and the deputy mayor were looking to be ambitious. I do think that there's value in taking a more moderate approach and also engaging the community as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. So first, through you, I think it's really important to point out it's 1 year from minister approval as per the staff report, not per council approval. So at best, we are talking about January of 2026, likely, ballparking it, because obviously the minister will do what the minister will do. But we are talking about potentially not even reviewing this until we're into the next municipal election cycle, realistically. I would really encourage colleagues to reject this amendment. And I want to come back to, and I invite you, anyone who wants to take a look at the tables in the report. Only in primary transit area is a condition of the range of permitted uses just for the neighborhood connector classification. If you look further in the table, the additional permitted uses based on intersection classification of intersecting streets also allows them at neighborhood connector where neighborhood connector meets, neighborhood connector where civic boulevard or urban thoroughfare meet, or in fronting onto a park. What we are really doing here is saying, anybody who has property mid-block, we're not gonna let you build stacked townhouses. But we're gonna let anybody else build stacked townhouses. I don't think that is the direction we should be going. And again, I come back to wood-framed, concrete basement, and then you are building stacked towns very quickly. You are addressing housing needs in a way that nothing else in build form we have is going to impact. And I come back again to table 10. townhouses are already permitted, even on neighborhood streets. So even down a level, you can build a 3-story townhouse. We are arguing about 1 story on a neighborhood connector. There have been get involved pages up all summer on this to say that there was not an opportunity for people to weigh in. And again, I'll come back to what I said at the start. Yes, this is technical. Yes, this is dense. Most of us, including the members of this council, including most of the people in the gallery today, are not engineers or architects or wastewater management or storm sewer management experts or traffic division experts either. So we rely on our staff to do these things, but what we are talking about is a change of mid-block outside the PMTSA. And when we talk about communities like West 5, outside the PMTSA, but don't we want to allow stacked towns in West 5? Don't we want to allow stacked towns around Bostwick and other areas that right now are outside of the PMTSA? I would argue we absolutely do. And when we're talking about infill in existing neighborhoods, yes, it is going to require assembling multiple properties, potentially front and rear properties, to attain enough land space to build a stacked townhouse development. I've been told roughly you have to assemble 3 or 4 properties in a row, and you have to be able to do that at less than a cost of $2 million just on the property acquisition. And when you think about what houses are selling for along Ambleside or in Masonville and Ward 5, I don't know how you're assembling 4 properties for less than $2 million to then demolish them and build stacked towns. So like the mayor said, I don't think we're gonna see a lot of uptake on this, but there are areas, including the street I live on, Wavell, where perhaps the property values will allow that. And personally, I would welcome stacked townhouse developments on my neighborhood connector where I live, where people can walk to school, can walk to the grocery store, can walk to the community center across the street. So I really encourage colleagues to reject this amendment and stick with the motion that the mayor has put on the floor.
Thank you. Councillor Frank.
Thank you, yes. And I'm going to ask a couple questions because I feel like I'm just trying to get understanding what the best choice is for good infill. And I think perhaps the issue is that there are 2 competing opinions on that, and that's where I'm maybe getting pulled on both sides. So for example, my ward, the entire thing is in a primary transit area, so this doesn't materially impact me because either way, all my neighborhood connectors have this ability. But I'm just trying to get an understanding. Like, what is, I guess, the negative side of having this outside of the primary transit area? And perhaps I'm asking for like staff's planning opinion through the chair. Why was that not an initial recommendation?
I'll go with staff.
Through the chair, so we did take our cues from the London Plan and the existing policy framework. So there is a policy structure around the primary transit area and how it's intended to function. So I'll point to policy 90, which says that the primary transit area will be the focus of residential intensification and transit investment within London. So that statement applies at different levels. So there's the highest level, which is the downtown and transit villages, but it also applies at a neighborhood scale. So our opinion was that it makes sense to apply an additional level of density within the primary transit area above and beyond what's permitted outside of it.
Councillor.
Thank you. And then with all the other changes that are being proposed to be made, I'm wondering, I just do worry that if we allow for density everywhere, then we won't achieve our intensification targets within the primary transit area, which therefore would decrease the success rate of having really good transit because you need density in a specific area. So I'm just trying to get a better understanding is with all the other stuff that we're proposing today, would staff say that they feel that the intensification target within the primary transit area would be achievable, or is it this kind of stuff, like the smaller stacked town stuff that really might push us over the edge? Again, kind of just hoping for a bit of a planning opinion.
I'll go with staff.
Through the chair, I would say that there's many factors that contribute to achieving a target, and part of monitoring monitoring exercises is to look at whether or not we've achieved targets, and if not, where have we fallen short. So if we're finding, many stacked townhouses are being built outside the primary transit area, yes, we would probably point to that and bring that forward as a possible policy change that could be required, that we could present to council as an option to sort of correct back towards achieving that target. But there's many factors that contribute. The level of high density intensification, which tends to focus within the primary transit area, is probably the bigger driver of achieving that target, but every little bit has an impact.
Councillor.
Thank you, and perhaps this is my last question for this one. We get the annual development reports, which have really beautiful graphics, and I really appreciate, because at least from what I've seen, we have been just achieving, just smidgenly getting our 45% intensification target, which is within the built area boundary, not necessarily within the primary transit area. And I'm actually not sure where we are with our 75% with the primary transit area. So maybe that's the first part of my question is, where are we, sorry, I know I'm doing a gotcha to staff, but do we know where we are with that 75% intensification target within the primary transit area?
Go to staff.
I don't believe we have that number handy. It's something that we could dig up and get back to you after the meeting.
Councillor.
Thank you. Yes, I think that would help, because from what I can remember from the development reports that we've been getting, there's bubbles that kind of go out and show where the development is occurring. And based on my recollection, most of the bubbles are occurring outside of the primary transit area, still within the built area boundary, but that's pretty marginal between built area boundary and the urban growth boundary, which I know that some people in the gallery would probably like to hear me say that. But what I guess I'm trying to say is, to me, it doesn't feel like we are intensifying within the primary transit area to meet that 75% target, but again, having that number would be helpful. So maybe I'll leave my comments there, because I suppose I'm mostly just on the fence about this, because I worry the more that we intensify outside of the primary transit area, the less we are going to achieve that 75% target inside the primary transit area.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. And I would like to speak to the committee and encourage them to support Councillor Rahman's amendment to the amendments that have been presented, and going back to supporting staff's recommendation. And I want to first of all start off with, I appreciate the mayor and the deputy mayor's advocacy around the need for housing and building. I've been on council for a number of years. I think the planning committee and council is doing a wonderful job trying to meet those targets and trying to get there. And as you could hear from the development community, there is still a need to do more. My concern, and I support West 5, for instance, and the need for opening opportunities on the edge of our areas to build the stacked town housing. That can be done through a zoning application. We're not saying no to that. I don't think the community is saying no to that. What I have concerns about, and this is significant to me, as a ward councillor, having an information session October 1st, having planning there to have further conversations and information to give to the community on what changes we are making. I feel very uncomfortable that we would go ahead and do something like this without even giving that notification to the community that we are going to be making these. And I think there's significant changes. A one-story on a neighborhood connector can create significant concerns in that neighborhood. It is important to the community. I'm not saying we should not do this. We're going through a review with the London plan. All that can be determined going down and out into the future. Doing something right now at this moment makes me a little uneasy when it comes to making, to me, a significant change that will affect residents in my community. And I think, we have to sort of just step back sometimes and understand what those consequences can be. And it may not just be about building, it could be about the trust that the community has in us. So I would encourage the committee to support the amendment to the amendment.
Councillor Trossel.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, and thank you for giving me the chance to speak. I'd really like to thank Mayor and Deputy Mayor for putting forward the amendments, particularly the first one, which is the one that I'm most familiar with, which is the one that I've been working on the most. Beyond that, though, I'm still a little confused, and I think members of the public are still a little confused. I would definitely support the amendment that's coming forward. But I want to say generally, what I heard today, the city has a disconnect. We're disconnected from our residents in terms of the basic understanding of what we're doing. We're working under this, any kind of development is good. And we throw around the terms affordable quite a bit, even if it's not affordable. We need to reconnect planning proposals, the planning process, planning notices with people's understanding. And I know that there's a certain shorthand, and with all due respect, I'm going to call it plannerese. I'm not sure what to call it. But there is a certain shorthand that when these notices come out, people don't understand them. And the first question that people in my ward had was, Councilor, could you explain this notice? And let me get back to you on that. And I think I did that. We need a reset. We need a reset to fix this disconnect. We need to talk to people in plain English. We need to use common sense terms. When we talk about transit villages, the way we've been talking about transit villages, it causes so much confusion. We need to reset our terminology. Now, simplifying the process, building more homes, reducing red tape, all sound good. But these values do not have to mean gutting reasonable regulations that make it easier for members of the public to understand what we're doing. So I think that we have a disconnect. The old song, Communications Breakdown, comes to mind. But I think what we need to do is recognize this disconnect is growing. It's growing, and we need to stem it. And I think that what really would be helpful would be for us to just back up a little bit, just step back from this a little bit, not try to pass everything today, which I think would be a huge mistake. There's a lot of material that needs to be digested here. People have been, I think, rightly focused on the Transit Village issue. Now that that's not the big issue anymore, we can start to focus on some of these other ones. Looks like the stacked townhouse is going to be a big item. But in closing, I just want to say, we need to start this process with the goal of fixing this communications breakdown, closing the disconnect, and getting back to a situation where members of the public can understand what we're trying to do. And I think that's something that we're quite capable of doing. So while I support this amendment and would support it at council, I really want to urge this committee to sort of slow down on some of these other things. We need a lot more public information about this. And thank you for giving me the time.
Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, through the chair. I know this is a little too late, but I just want to ask, because when Councillor Frank asked a question, and this through the chair to the staff, Mr. Mathers, you had your hand up and you were going to add something to it. And I was curious if it's still valid or not. If it is, please, if you can give us more information.
I'll go to Mr. Mathers.
Through the chair, I was just going to add a little bit of context. So in our recommendation related to the stacked towns, we were looking from a scope perspective at those transit areas. We are not trying to say that stacked towns may not be appropriate somewhere else. That was just not part of what we were bringing to you today. So what the mayor's brought forward and is looking at that and advancing that ahead of over and above what we've brought forward to you today. So I just wanted to add that context piece to it, that we're not saying that providing those permissions in other areas of the city isn't appropriate. We just haven't brought that forward to you today.
Councillor.
Thank you very much for this additional information.
Other comments? Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to pick up on something that Councillor Trussow said, which is I think there absolutely is an opportunity for clearer communication, infographics, all of that stuff. Even for somebody who's been on this committee for a few years now, these reports can be challenging to digest. That's the nature of having to meet the technical requirements to submit to the province with the Planning Act regs and everything else. But I hear what you're saying about, you know, a Coles Notes version with simple language and some clear identifiers. I think that that's valid. The challenge is, and I referenced this with respect to the ministerial approval, and I know that staff have said, well, this is over and above, so it's not within our half scope. But the window for the half funding requires us to get this done for 2026. So while we can say that there is a communications lag or breakdown or what have you, we have to make some decisions today on this and move these things forward. I want to come back to the stacked townhouse piece though, because I appreciate Mr. Mather's clarifying. We just didn't bring it forward, but we're not saying it's a bad form of development in other parts of the city. And that's another thing that I think colleagues need to think about with this amendment. There are plans of subdivision working their way through our staff right now. And if we support this amendment, we are telling builders in greenfield developments even, stacked towns mid-block are not okay. That is what we're telling them. So we are automatically creating a barrier, not just on infill, but on greenfield, to say if you want something different, you're going to have to come forward with a site-specific special provision ZBA. That is the result of what we would be doing if we support this amendment, even in greenfield developments. So again, strongly suggest that you reject this. I think that we are hearing a lot of, as the mayor said, with the 4 units as of right. In other communities, there was a lot of fear-mongering about it by different organizations, and it didn't come to pass. Either they returned the housing dollars or they looked at London or other cities where the uptake has not been there, and they took the housing dollars, and the sky hasn't fallen. Because 4 units as of right is not viable economically everywhere, and neither are stacked towns going to be economically viable everywhere as infill. There's just not places where you're going to acquire 3 or 4 blocks at a time and start building, 50 units here, 75 units there, 96 units someplace else, without a fairly significant amount of work in a market where real estate is the most expensive part of a development. So where they can make it work, let them make it work and have the housing units. They're not going to be able to make it work everywhere. So I really think that we need to allow this throughout, including in new developments where nobody lives yet, where the fields are literally vacant. And if the builder wants to adjust their plan of subdivision and include those stacked towns, let's allow them to do that. And then when people do move in, it's going to be the norm in their neighborhood from day one.
Other comments or questions? I'll ask the deputy mayor to take the chair, please.
I will take the chair. I'll ask you to hold just one moment so I can open up my timer again because I closed it. Okay, I recognize Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions for staff. Deputy Mayor raised one timeline for ministerial approval in January of something. Is the province looking at mandating or forcing through stacked townhouses, or am I misreading that?
Well, staff are working on this. I just meant the OPA amendment to clarify my own comment. This piece that we're sending will go to staff.
Through the presiding officer, excuse me, the ministry has 120 days to review an amendment after council approves it. So that gives us the timeline of around January to expect a decision from them.
Okay, thank you. I understand that.
Councillor?
Thank you, Acting Chair. And I just want to be clear that if we were to approve this amendment, it wouldn't affect funding from the federal government or provincial. Through you, Chair.
I'll look to Mr. Mathers to start, and he can pass that off to any other staff that he needs to.
Through the chair, yes, this is over and above our commitments as part of the Housing Accelerator.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor?
So my comments are this. It is a tough one. I think for sure this committee and council has been aggressive in getting housing built and improved. It impacts the community, there's no question. We're doing it because, as the mayor indicated, we have a housing crisis, and that, I think, is demonstrated by the fact that more than just City of London, province, and even the federal government are recognizing this more than just words, but by significant funding in that direction. I'm weighing that against the impact that that this would have on more neighborhoods that, quite frankly, in my ward, I wonder which streets, I'm not even clear what streets that this would impact on the first blush. If it was just restricted, you know, I appreciate the Deputy Mayor's comments about new builds. I have no problem with that, and be included in new builds. And I wonder if this amendment went through, that would preclude stacked townhouses being built in greenfield developments. So it's a tough one. There's no question about it. So I just want to put that out there. I'm still thinking if anyone else wants to weigh in, I would appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you, Acting Chair.
So, Counselor, you started to ask a question, but then you kept talking. Did you want Ms. McNeely to respond to your Greenfield question?
Oh, sorry.
She looked like she was ready to, and then you kept talking, so.
I'll ask for clarification. Thank you, Acting Chair. Yeah.
Thank you. Through the presiding officer, could you repeat the question just so that we get
Sure, and through the Acting Chair, if this amendment was approved by the committee and council, would it preclude stacked townhouses from being included in greenfield new subdivision planning?
And Ms. McNeely?
Thank you. Through the acting chair, it would be as of right, it would not be permitted. However, through any applications that are either underway or any new applications in Greenfield area, those would be site-specific requests, and we would bring those through the planning committee for review and approval.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Acting Chair.
Anything further?
That's it.
Okay, then I will return the chair to you.
Okay. Any other discussion on this amendment? Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Yes, I really enjoyed this debate because I was kind of sitting on the fence. I think I'm slightly leaning at this point towards not supporting the amendment, mostly because intensification and densification, I think, is really important for us achieving many of our different targets, from the housing targets to emissions targets. So I think at this point, I will go with the mayor and deputy mayor's suggestions. But if I get more information between now and council, I might change my mind again, because this one is really tough for me to decide from.
Okay, so dealing just with the amendment, we have motion moved and seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion fails 1-5.
Okay. We now have the original motion on the floor, and I'll look for a discussion on that. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. And through you, just had a question regarding VC. where it refers to Richmond Street from Western Road to Fanshawe Park Road. Had a lot of calls from neighbors around the reclassification from the Rapid Transit Boulevard to what is now being proposed as a Civic Boulevard, and removing that Rapid Transit Station MAP 3 street classification. I'm just wondering if you could speak to how this impacts being in the Masonville secondary plan.
I'll go staff.
Through the chair, so because the Masonville secondary plan is already in force and it's not on the table here, there wouldn't be any change at this point. Down the road, subject to direction, we could look at it again, but that's not currently on our work plan.
Councillor.
Thank you. So within the Masonville secondary plan on the corner of Shavian and Richmond, it contemplates, it talks about low rise up to 4 stories. Would that change based on what's proposed here in front of us?
Staff.
Thank you. Through the chair, one thing with secondary plans, it trumps the London plan, the official plan. So those policies prevail, so there'd be no change to those policies.
Thank you. That was just to get it on the record as requested by residents. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that that's, again, where we're running into some confusion from folks is they don't understand what does this overlay and what does that mean when you're amending the overarching London plan. So I do think that that helps to clarify, and I appreciate the opportunity to do so. I want to just quickly go back to, I don't know if I can. I just had a question about the site plan portion that was removed and put and not part of this amendment. I don't know if that's something I can ask about.
Yeah, I'll allow that question for sure.
Okay. So I agreed on the issue of the floor plate concerns and things like that. But the minimum of 5 hours of sunlight component on any public park seemed like a sound thing to put into an agreed upon site plan. The tower separations I know have come up and have been discussed quite readily here. And the transparent glazing piece as well has come up quite often. I'm just wondering if you can comment on not having that language in the amendment, or sorry, what's in front of us today, if there's any implications in terms of those pre-consultation conversations you're having, because my understanding was the report was stating, or the consultant stated that those should be in there and that they should be, I think the word was maybe stronger than recommended. And then staff's language was requested, so it wasn't strong, but I thought that it being in there as amended helped to strengthen from the council perspective, helped in those discussions and pre-consultation to strengthen the messaging around why that was somewhat necessary.
I'll go staff.
So through the chair, to your question about would these issues still be applicable in the site plan process, they would be. So the intent was to provide some specific targets for staff to work towards as they review site plan applications. However, there was always intended to be some flexibility built into that. However, given the motion to remove that, it would remove those specific targets. However, those issues would still be considered through the site plan review process.
Councillor.
So in pre-consultation, would you be still having the same conversation about 5 hours of sunlight on a park, or would that need to be more, would it need to be in here to be able to help with those conversations in pre-consultation?
Go staff.
And through the chair, so we would still be having conversations around the potential impacts on a park if that's the situation. Without this, it wouldn't necessarily be with that specific target of 5 hours, but it would be more likely just a broader conversation around how we mitigate impacts on the park space.
Councillor.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the feedback. and I'll keep thinking about this as we move into the discussion at council as well, because these seem like very important things to have in those pre-consultation discussions and to give it more parameters. But if, and again, the language from the consultant was stronger. And so I do feel that this was an opportunity to kind of put out a guideline or to help with some of those conversations. But I appreciate that, and I had some great conversations with the industry that did create some challenges and limitations. So yeah, willing to have more conversation before council on that.
Thank you. I'll go to the mayor.
Yes, and through the chair, of course. I just want to add a piece on the site plan consultation piece. As was said by our staff, there's still conversations that can be had, but the specific targets would be removed. And that only really applies to the as-of-right zoning applications that go directly to staff. Any application that comes for a zoning change, council can then still provide its, as it always does, direction to the site plan authorities, say, consider these things in this very specific way. Like, we would still have that. It would just require it to come before council for zoning. So if there was a very high-profile site that required rezoning that we wanted to attach something specific to for consideration by the site plan authority, we could do that. The place that we wouldn't do that is for the ones that are as-of-right discussions with staff. And so the conversations happening now wouldn't even apply in every circumstance. But I certainly recognize what staff are saying about the targets. I'm still very comfortable with the approach here, and I'm very comfortable with on big changes to zoning where there's going to be discussion and public feedback and other pieces that we could, where there's significant concerns, layer a recommendation for site plan to consider through that process as well.
I'll look for other comments or questions. I'll just hand the chair over to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. I will take the chair and I will recognize Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I fully support this, the mayor's amendment here and Deputy Mayor, both of whom I know worked very hard on this complex issue, listening to many parties, residents, concerned groups, developers, staff. Everyone didn't get what they wanted here, which I think is, a pretty good indication of a good direction, to be honest with you. Like I said earlier in my comments, London is growing tremendously. I remember not too long ago, I had this discussion recently when I saw the number on the sign was like 280,000. Now every time I come back into London, it's almost like there's a staff there with a can of paint changing the number on the population sign. We're going to be at 500,000 in fairly short order. And listen, housing is going to continue to be an issue, and we have choices. We can either not do these kind of things and build, not have more intense development, or we can drive development into outside the urban growth boundary, which that'll be a discussion that's coming, and I've referred to that in the past, and we have to mitigate that based on, I think, what I hear from folks. Or it's going to go to outside areas, as the Deputy Mayor alluded to there, for sure. Like it or not, London is not a small town anymore. It's a big town. It's a big city, and this is the type of housing that is required for that. And quite frankly, I think as was mentioned in the public participation meeting, affordable housing has changed. Starter homes have changed. It used to be, the bungalow. Now it's not even that, because that's gone on the price range. So if we're truly honest with ourselves about how we're going to get especially our the next generations, our young people in their first homes into the housing market, we have to look at alternative forms of housing that maybe was not common in the London of 10 or 15 years ago. So for sure, this is a new direction, but it's consistent with, I think, where this council has gone, based on the concerns we heard 2 years ago when we were campaigning. And then that was the lack of affordable housing. Where are our kids going to be able to find their house, or where can I find a house that I can afford? So I think, I commend the mayor and the deputy mayor for getting this together and getting to where I'm comfortable, quite frankly, with. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. We'll look for any other speakers, and I'll return the chair to you.
Thank you. We have a motion moved and seconded. I'll look for any further speakers. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, since I've been here for a number of hours as a guest to the committee, I do appreciate it. I'll hold my comments until council.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other comments, then I will call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
So we've been at this for 4.5 hours. We have one item left. I'm not too sure how in depth we're going to go on that, given the previous discussion. So I'll look to committee to see if we'd like a short break, or if you want to just power through it.
I'd like to be home to watch the presidential debate tonight, so I vote for powering through.
Okay. I see the power through its side from members, so thank you. Now we're moving on to 3.7. Well, so the councillor has presented me with concern for the staff, of which I just totally ignored. So I'll look for faces of there. Are you okay with us proceeding here? Would you like I'm getting thumbs up? Okay. Okay, so we're good. No, clerk. Okay, so we're all on board. 3.7, this is regarding the protected major transit station area zoning review. It is a public participation meeting, so I'll look for a motion from the committee to open that. Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by the mayor. Call.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
I'll look for members of the public that would like to address this committee. And I will, for people who have spoken already, I'm going to ask you your name again, just for the clerk's records, which have it on right. So can you please give me your name and...
I'm still Anon Kaplansky.
And you have 5 minutes.
And I'm the owner of 1164 to 1170 Richmond Street, Cap Holdings. The mayor amendment removed my property from the discussion. And for this, I want to retain the option to appeal all this bylaw. I don't understand how the amendment came by the mayor, whether it was a political pressure from the council members, because the planners recommended a certain thing for that site. And we should stick to planning principle and not bow to political pressure. So I would request the right to appeal what is going on here.
Well, I can't give you a right to appeal anything. You're welcome to do what you need to do. Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, go ahead, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Vito Campanelli. I own 420 York Street through an investment company. And the reason I'm here today is I'm looking at your planning proposal, and I'm requesting that 420 York be included in the TSA6 zone. Currently, the high-rise zoning stops pretty much at Coburn and does not include the property at 420 York, which is completely surrounded by high-rise apartment buildings. The high-rise buildings that, there are 8 of them surrounding 420 York Street, 340, 363, and 323 Colburn, 375 Dundas, 430, 433 King Street. So 420 York Street has a building, a high-rise 24-unit building abutting it on Colburn. It has on Burwell, it has another 24-unit story building across the street from it. On King Street, there are 2 buildings that are 24-story buildings. So it's a specific request that we include 420 York in that zoning. I think it complies with what we're trying to accomplish here in the city, was create more housing. It's the best and highest use for that property in the sense that surrounding it, we have all those apartment buildings. The feasibility or the viability of a retail building in that area is not the best. From the fact that we have the Mission, which is across the street, we have the injection site, which is also across from the Mission, and consequently, security is an issue. We have 10,000 square feet, presently houses Century 21 First Canadian, the tenant there, and there are all kinds of issues with the homeless and people from the in that area. So having a high-rise building there would provide additional security inherently, and I'm requesting that the council expand or amend their zoning to include that property at 420 York Street. The property basically goes from York Street. It's on the north side of York Street, and it and then extends all the way to King Street. There's rapid transit been built there, or a transit station built there that recently. So I think it would just it would work well. I'm just wondering if the council would consider extending that zoning TSA 6 to 420 York Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Look for another speaker. Please, sir, give us your name, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Mike Wallace from London Development Institute. We have 2 real points on today's thing. Again, we are going to work under the assumption that the mayor's amendment will be, or he'll move it as a motion, it won't be as an amendment. It's different than what's been presented by staff. You do have my correspondence on your agenda, on your added agenda. It's really quite simple. The first part is that in TSA 2, 4, and 7, you're not allowing a residential use as a standalone building. I'm asking, from the industry's perspective, to make the word optional, as it is in all the other zones, instead of required, which is what is in those zones currently. And that is if the mayor amalgamates 1 and 2, I'm not sure which word they're going to use. So let's say there's, for argument's sake, there's going to be 6 zones. The fact of the matter is you should let the marketplace decide how the building should be structured in terms of its occupancy. I've been in communities where you have 2 or 3 buildings. So let's say there's a land assembly and people build 2 or 3 buildings. One of the, I've been in these Sobeys type grocery stores, but they're small. They're designed to be the first floor of a apartment building. They're condominiums, but they're apartments. And it works. And there's residential, 100% residential buildings around them. And maybe, so let the marketplace decide. Make it optional in every zone. I don't know why, because it's got required. So that means what I'm afraid will happen is that nothing will get built. Because if the market isn't there for it, and if you don't build the market for it by having standalone residential beside other buildings that have mixed use in it, but don't force mixed use. That's my first suggestion. My second suggestion, which I don't have the wording for you. You'd have to ask staff what to do on this one, I think. But the wording, the way it is structured, it sounds like you can only have commercial office on the first floor. Now, I could be wrong, so you may want to check with staff on this. But what if I want to build a building and I want to have retail commercial on the first floor and a couple of floors or one floor of office above it? The way it reads, I don't think you can do it. What if you want to build a signature building for London and you want to have a specialty restaurant at the top with a view of the city, blah, 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 which happens in other communities? Based on the reading, you couldn't do that because it has to be on the first floor. Now, I could be wrong, but let's clarify the language now to allow that flexibility in what's being built in these TSAs. So those are from our industry's two requests. And I'm hoping that when TSA 1 and TSA 2 are amalgamated, because one has the optional word and one has the required word, that the optional one is used, and then consider it for A4 and A7. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name and you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Harry Frucios with Zelenka Priamo. Before I get started, I just wanted to just take a moment to thank Deputy Mayor Lewis. I understand there were some very nice comments made at the onset of the meeting about an award that's being presented to us for the Vision Soho project. I thank you for that. That obviously was a project that meant a lot to many of us. There's staff members here today that worked very hard on that, and I think it was a collective effort from many people to provide a project that is going to have a long-lasting effect on this community. So I thank Deputy Mayor Lewis for that. Now, the reason that I'm here this afternoon is very technical. I noticed on the added agenda there was a added map 12 to the agenda, and I wasn't sure if there's going to be any discussion about it, so I thought I'd just add some context to that. We had raised the matter with staff last week that the lands at 743 Wellington Road didn't contain the proper zoning, the base zoning, and that, if you recall, members, that was recently approved back in June to place an RO1 site-specific 15 category in that, and all we did was pointed out to staff that the correct zoning should be shown on the base mapping before the TSA zoning goes through. So we're just asking you to make that correction as part of the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. John Fleming, City Planning Solutions. I'm here to represent 3 different clients. One is Tricar Properties, the other is 100 Kellogg Lane, and the third is COP Realty Corporation. I'll be fast here to get through this. You have my letters that are on the added agenda for each of these businesses. With respect to the COP Realty Corp landowner, they own lands that are on the south side of York Street, in and around the Thames Street area, and currently the London plan designates those lands as downtown. The current zoning is a downtown area DA2 zone, and that's for the entirety of their land holdings, which is about 1.5 hectares in size. However, what's been applied in terms of the TSA zone, the TSA 6 zone to these lands, only applies to TSA 6 to half of that land holding. The other half is carved out. Now, we've spoken to staff just by correspondence, and to date we're not entirely clear of what portion has been carved out. We believe it is relating to the UTRCA regulatory permit area, and this has a significant impact on the development opportunity for the site. We're not talking about the regulatory flood line, we're talking about the regulatory permit area. And our submission would be that that's carving too much out of the zone, that the TSA 6 zone should be extended further west and could likely include the entire block. And any flood issues would be addressed through that permitting process at the time of a site plan application. As I say, that would be consistent with, and even pulling back from the current zoning that exists on the site. I'd also quickly like to speak to 100 Kellogg Lane. As you know, the Kellogg factory building is on the south side of Dundas and has been assigned a TSA 4 zone. Across the street has not been assigned a zone, despite the fact that it's in the rapid transit corridor place type. Now, it is in a secondary planning area, and that is the justification for why it hasn't been included. We would like to point out that it currently is zoned for industrial uses, which is not consistent with the official plan designation of rapid transit corridor. This is the right time, we believe, to apply a TSA 2 zone, which would be similar to the zone that's been applied to the corridor to the east of these lands outside of the McCormick secondary plan. Point out the secondary plan was prepared well in advance of the official plan designation that's been applied to the site. Finally, I would just say that the concerns of TRICAR are very much aligned with what Mr. Wallace has indicated. Just some concerns around the way the permitted uses are, the language used to define the permitted uses, and what appears to be a requirement in some of the zones to have commercial uses at the base, at grade, in all cases without relief, and also not to allow for commercial uses above that first floor. As Mr. Wallace pointed out, perhaps that's an incorrect interpretation, but that's the way that we're looking at it, and that raises concern. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Jared Zafim of the London Home Builders Association. Thanks for the opportunity to address members of committee on this item. Without trying to sound too much like a broken record, just going to reiterate the importance of the TSA zones, where currently permitted uses should allow, or currently not allowing for standalone residential in all the TSAs, where it's excluded currently in TSA 2, 4, and 7. Again, this process and the Heights review, all of this is coming as a result of Housing Accelerator Fund dollars to try and accelerate housing. And I think that's really critical to highlight here. I think if there's an interest and an opportunity to build more units, more residential units, that is exactly what we are trying to accomplish here. And so why should we force commercial into something where the intention is to have more residential units? That's the main piece here. And frankly, on the more statistical side of things, we fairly well know at this point, I mean, commercial vacancies, especially in the core, not just in London, but in cities across the country, are significant. And it does not seem likely from a trends perspective that that's going to be coming down anytime soon. And so if we're going to force builders to put in commercial spaces that are going to likely sit vacant, could have space for residential units in those places instead, and have the affordability challenges to those builders to look at, why would I build something when I know that I'm not even going to have a tenant that can retain that space? It creates challenges and creates barriers which shouldn't be put in those areas. And so I would certainly encourage, and I repeat points that have already been made, to allow for standalone residential in all of the TSA zones. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Jersey Smolarek. I'm a partner at Civic Planning and Design. I'm here this evening to represent Red Maple Properties, who is a developer who has a collection of 8 properties at the southeast corner of Oxford Street East and Ayerswood. They've been working over the last 6 years to look at options for redevelopment of the site. Most recently, in the last 6 months, we've been on board working with them through the planning process to come up with a new concept for the site. Through that time, we've been working with staff in the pre-consultation stages, and since then we've been working on an application where we've been made aware that there'd be an interpretation made here for these lands to be within 150 meters of a rapid transit station. So I just want to be kind of, it's going to be a little bit technical here, I guess, in my explanation of this. Right now, that portion of the transit corridor doesn't actually have the exact locations of the stations, or at least it wasn't at the time when we had our pre-consultation. And so there was an interpretation made by staff that we wouldn't require an official plan amendment to avail ourselves of the upper limit heights. So what we are looking for is to see if these particular 4 out of the 8 properties that are within the PMTSA lands to be actually included in the TSA2 zone. Now, I do also understand there's an alternate motion coming forward, likely, and we are in full support of that alternate motion, which would, in fact, enable these lands to be zoned in that kind of upper tier, which would effectively remove any TSA1 zones and allow for everything to be TSA2. So we thank the mayor and the deputy mayor who are bringing forward that motion. And again, we are full support of that because it does implement what we are looking for, as well as what staff had, our discussions with staff. Thank you.
Could I get just you to repeat, it was Oxford and what street?
It's Oxford and Ayerswood, the southeast corner of Oxford and Ayerswood. I could read off the property.
Ayerswood?
Ayerswood,
Could
across
you
the
spell
street.
that for me?
It's AYRESWOOD.
Okay.
It's across from Fancher College. Yep.
Yep, that's fine. Great, thank you. Look for the next speaker. So for the third time, you can give us your name.
Here we
and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Alex Vandersloos with Auburn Developments. I will very briefly repeat my support for the comments that have been given with respect to standalone residential. I believe that this process should be looking to do less regulation by putting in place an effective as-of-right framework. And, you know, unfortunately, there are some regulations in there still, which will have the opposite effect. Rather than facilitating and promoting housing, I think it will dampen interest in that regard. Believe we are now at the point where a decision has been endorsed, which will remove the transit village at Oxford and Richmond, down designate current rapid transit corridor properties to neighborhood or urban corridor. I can't remember exactly what it was. Curious to understand, you know, through, I guess, staff as they look at what the implementation of the amended motion will be, what the proposed zoning will be for these areas that are, a couple days ago, they were proposed to be 30 stories, after they would have been 25 stories as rapid transit corridor, and now potentially down to 15. And what, you know, if any, site-specific considerations there may be for some of these properties which have been on a bit of a roller coaster in the last few days, and which may be quite suitable for redevelopment in the core. So would look forward to some discussions on that point. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Please, sir, give us your name. You have 5 minutes.
Mohammed Musa, 155 Thornton Ave. Didn't read this whole report, but I'm going to echo what was just said by the previous people before me. Mr. Fleming, Mr. Zafman, Mr. Wallace. Standalone residential, whether it's in a TSA zone or the old DA1, DA2s downtown, should encourage main floor development, but not require it. It's always confused me as to why there are a lot of landlords downtown, big and small, that are having a brutal time trying to get commercial tenants. To require that a developer or a private property owner that wants to put up a tower, maybe not defined as a developer, requires that there be commercial. And as I said, in the old official plan, the DA1, DA2, which I'm more familiar with than what's here today, it required it. And as I said, just want to echo the concerns and be fully in support of standalone residential. We need it more than we need commercial. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to need a motion to go past 6 o'clock. So if I could get moved by Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by the mayor. I'll call that vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. I'll ask clerk if there's anyone online.
Can I ask for the
No,
reason
sir.
for the amendment?
There's been no amendment on the floor, sir. You've had your chance to speak.
About the
Thank
amendment,
you.
if I knew about the amendment before, I would have spoke about it, but I didn't have the option to speak about it.
We haven't moved, there's no amendment on the floor. So
Okay,
thank you. I'll ask again the clerk if there's anyone online.
Michelle?
Yes.
You have 5 minutes,
Hello?
please. You have 5 minutes, please go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Michelle. I've submitted a letter that is included within the agenda today, and I would just like to take this time to bring forward my concerns from that letter. I would like to address council today in regards to longstanding flooding issues that have occurred on Moore Street and the surrounding streets, which I believe, if approved, will significantly be worsened by the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, as the amendments would allow mixed-use buildings and high-rise residential apartments to be constructed along Wellington Road and elsewhere along the rapid transit corridor. So there have been 3 major floods to my home since its purchase in May 2021, causing significant and costly damage. The most recent flood, which occurred in July this year, was catastrophic, filling our basement with 7 feet of water. We've had to vacate our home due to the extensive damage. The City of London is aware of the historic flooding that occurs in this area, with flooding issues dating back to at least the 1960s. As noted to us from the Director of Water, Wastewater and Stormwater, the drainage infrastructure in this area predates the stormwater management and overland drainage requirements of today. The capacity of the existing drainage infrastructure for stormwater in place is inadequate and not up to today's standards. As such, the proposal for amendments to the zoning along the rapid transit corridor in this area only adds to our existing concerns, as it indicates higher density living be permitted. Increased development means loss of green spaces and other surfaces that absorb and retain water. The expansion of hard surfaces in the form of roads, parking lots, and buildings prevents stormwater from being absorbed into the ground, increasing overland runoff, therefore increasing the risk of urban flooding. As well, the frequent flooding has a harmful impact on property values and the health and safety of those living in them. The current stormwater drainage infrastructure needs to be reviewed and drastically improved before additional development can occur in this area in order to properly accommodate the zoning amendments. We are aware that the developments taking place along this stretch of Wellington Road related to rapid transit will address and hopefully improve drainage. However, there is no guarantee that they will fully solve the already existing issue, and the increase in hard surfaces and additional developments being tied into these systems will create a larger strain on the already fragile, inadequately functioning, and aging stormwater system that is in place since the 1950s or earlier. I ask you to contemplate how the City of London can be aware of such a long-standing issue and then engage in planning and zoning amendments which would significantly exacerbate the problem. How can Moore Streets and adjacent streets property continue to be subjected to devastating flooding year after year with no efforts made to fix the infrastructure that has been failing for decades? I urge that the council take into consideration how distressing this flooding has been physically, mentally, and financially, and we plead that you vote to not put forward these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll look for the next speaker. Ask the clerk if there's anyone else online. No one else? Okay. Seeing no one else would like to address the committee, I'll look for a motion to close public participation meeting. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Rahman. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Thank you. So there were 5 properties that were expressed desire to be explicitly addressed. If committee members want to do that, they may. I'll leave it at that. There was one question that was raised regarding wording, regarding the commercial occupancy requirement for the first floor. Does that apply? Does that limit commercial tenancy on floors other than the first floor.
All right, excuse me. In response to that, so the intent of the amendment was to require the non-residential uses on the first floor, but not necessarily to limit them to that.
Okay.
So that was, we did consult on that with our zoning team, and my understanding was that was their interpretation, but I think we're open to other language that, may clarify it further if there's some confusion.
Okay. All right, I just wanted to make that clear. Now, the mayor has an amendment, so I'm going to go to you, Mayor.
Yes, and I just want to preface this so my colleagues know that further to the alternate recommendation that I made, I'm going to add two pieces that I don't quite have the language on. One is to ask our staff simply to review the properties that were mentioned today and come back with any future recommendations. I'm not asking or directing them to do something specific, but I'd like to add a piece where they just take a look at those specific things that were mentioned, which are on the fringes of all of these zones. And two is a direction to staff to ask them to bring forward clarifying language in time for the bylaw at council to clearly show that it is optional and is intended to be optional for residential on that first floor in the way that was just articulated. I think clearing up the language would ease some of the concerns and address some of the pieces. So I want to move my alternate recommendation with just those two additional directions to staff to do that. That way I think we could take.
Do you want to include those two additional things in your?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, it'll
That'd
be,
be
I
clean.
guess it would end up being
Thank you.
a C and a D.
Perfect,
Yeah.
thank you.
And I apologize, I don't have the language on that. I appreciate that maybe that could be worked up and we can look at it. But I would like to put the alternate recommendation on the floor if there's a seconder with those two pieces.
Please go ahead. Look for a seconder, Deputy Mayor Lewis. So please go ahead, Mayor.
Yes, so there's a number of things in the alternate recommendation, but the most substantive that I would just want to talk about is what was mentioned, and that is the extension for more intense residential development of up to 25 stories along the entire committed rapid transit corridors. We had a discussion before about intensification and how far it might go into neighborhoods in a light way. But I don't think we have any doubt that there is significant intended intensification along the rapid transit corridors where we are building out a rapid transit network, and that further intensification, not just at the primary transit stations, but between them, I think a permissive framework there is advantageous. I would say this particular amendment would bring the London Plan into conformity with the recently released provincial planning policy statement, which will come into effect of October this year. And so I think we may as well get ahead of it now and provide this additional intensification. And it would allow for additional residential height and development of 25 stories in the well-defined catchment areas of the BRT, which actually maximizes our public investment in the transit service. We know that BRT is not a cheap thing to achieve. If we want to maximize the impact of that investment, then allowing for intensification all along the corridors that do have committed rapid transit routes is something that I think we can be permissive on at this time, as I think that that not only fully supports that corridor, but also the transit system that we're building out. So, I mean, I'm not going to be as long as I was before or ask for extensions. I think I've taken lots of the committee's time. That's the most substantive change that I'm suggesting, but I do support the comments about clarifying the language, and I'd be happy to have staff look into some of these properties. Again, I don't know what the right thing is with those, but I think just a further look and then any recommendations they bring forward at future meetings in a relevant way would be beneficial as well.
Thank you. I'll look for other comments. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair, through you. And there's a lot going through our heads this afternoon, so if I didn't understand the staff response earlier, or if I missed this, I apologize. But I fully support the direction to clarify the language to make standalone residential optional, so that commercial is only a consideration, it's not required. But with respect to the comments that we heard, and I think Mr. Fleming illustrated an example excellently, you know, the Hard Rock Cafe, obviously a hotel will be a commercial use, but if there's another tower there where somebody wanted to have a commercial establishment on a top floor where they've got a citywide sort of view. This doesn't envision that right now, but that would still be an option for a site-specific ZBA, would it not? Like, because I don't see this as being something that would be happening frequently, but in the event that we did have an interested operator, they could still bring forward something that would be evaluated by staff and potentially permissible, regardless of the residential intensification we're looking for.
I'll go to staff.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. You can certainly do a site-specific zoning amendment. There may even be the opportunity to look at doing minor variances for something that potentially could be minor in nature or would fit in within the context of the area, that sort of thing. So there may be options basically to allow for those additional commercial uses as they mentioned on the top floor or above the first floor for that matter.
Deputy Mayor.
Great, I like that idea even better, because if it's a minor variance, then we don't have to add it to our PEC agenda. So I appreciate that. And I will just say, certainly, you know, I agree with the number of comments that we heard from the gallery, particularly with respect to the TSA 1 going away and going with the more permissive heights of the TSA 2 along the rapid transit corridor. Certainly, I know for the Ayreswood proposal, that would resolve the potential conflict there. And it comes back to the conversation that we heard on the last item. That doesn't mean that everybody's going to build to 25 stories in some of these areas. It means that the option to go that high is there for those who can put together something that works. So I think that we will still have some variations. We'll obviously have some design variations. People want to build something that's attractive and unique to attract residents to choose their building over other options. So very supportive of the direction we're going here. And again, I want to come back to removing the TSA zoning related to the Oxford and Richmond Transit Village, because I really do want to say that I appreciate the work that staff put into this. I know that some councillors have expressed some interest in considering other areas in the city for some transit village designations that would need to be evaluated more fully too. But I do think that pulling back on this for now and waiting for the MMP makes sense, and particularly with respect to the Richmond corridor. You know, I'm going to be blunt. I think that it's time that we recognize the north leg of the BRT as it was envisioned 2 councils ago is not coming to fruition. The physical problems with that corridor have not gone away with respect to the CP tracks, with respect to the original vision of having it running through Western Campus, with respect to some of the heritage constraints that are along Richmond itself. Which was mentioned with respect to the sorts of intensity that would be able to be functionally developed along Richmond. And whatever future iterations of a rapid transit line look like. And in my head, there's always that idea of having one that runs all the way from the airport in the east right out to Hyde Park and West 5 in the west. Obviously, that's probably a bit of a blue sky dream at the moment. But I don't think the sort of octopus legs version that we had originally envisioned is going to be where we end up. But that's part of why we're undertaking, as I said earlier, the MMP, as well as some of the other things we're doing with the urban growth boundary and the BAB, because things have changed so radically. And I think that this pullback on Richmond and Oxford makes a lot of sense in the short term. There will still be an opportunity with the heights that we've just approved in the last item and where we are here along a civic boulevard for up to 15 stories in some cases. Now, again, there will be site-specific constraints to things. Doesn't mean everybody's going to be able to go that high. Might have to be pieces of land assembled. But to me, that's part of where we're balancing. This makes sense. This might be a little premature. And so I think where we're landing today makes really good sense for how we're going to lay out how these these transit corridors really get developed and intensified. And that comes back to that whole discussion about we don't have a transit village. No, because we have to also develop the transit areas along with it. And until those residential densities exist that actually will support the transit, it's going to be a bit of a chicken and egg. This is one of those eggs that can start incubating and be ready to hatch as the transit system gets improved as well.
Thank you. Other speakers? Councilor Robin.
Thank you. I will be short, but I have an amendment. The amendment I provided to members of committee beforehand, and it relates to a zoning bylaw amendment related to the protected major transit station areas be changed by deleting the emergency care establishment from section 52.2, permitted uses in the following clauses, and then it outlines clauses B of TSA 1 zone, Clause G of the TSA 1 zone, Clause A of the TSA 2 zone, Clause B of the TSA 2 zone, Clause B of the TSA zone, Clause G of the TSA 3 zone, Clause A of the TSA 4 zone, Clause B of the TSA 4 zone, and Clause B of the TSA 5 zone, Clause G of the TSA 5 zone, and Clause A of the TSA 7 zone, and Clause B of the TSA 7 zone.
I'll look for a seconder for that motion. Deputy Mayor Lewis seconds. I'll go back to you, Councillor.
Thank you. My rationale for deleting this from the recommendation that's in front of us is simply that I think that we're presupposing the zoning in the area. And I think that the public was not potentially engaged on this discussion as to the emergency care establishment zone being in all of these areas. And so this is an opportunity again for us to engage with the public on a site specific and within these zones as applications come forward.
Okay, I'll look for comments on the amendment. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to Councillor Rahman for bringing this forward. In reading through the hundreds of pages of material here, I will admit that this one slipped through my own cracks on this, probably because I was spending so much time looking at heights that I was stopped looking at permitted uses on some of these. But I share her concern with the emergency care establishment, given the debates that we have had around locations of hubs and potential provincial funding for a heart hub as well. I think if we are investigating zoning for a use like that, which is the zone that we've been told would have to be applied for a hub type operation, that we really need to be as transparent and upfront as possible with folks. I'm really uncomfortable with broad-based application of this particular use because it does circumvent to some degree a discussion, a very difficult discussion. And we've had a couple of them here, and I suspect we'll have a couple more. But I think that in particular for the impacted neighborhood where a hub might be located in the future, we really need to have the opportunity for that very specific discussion. And so that's why I'm going to be supportive of this amendment.
Thank you. I'll go to the mayor.
Yes, so I'll support this amendment too. I think that there's good rationale to this, and not creating a broad-based expansion of a zone that people have a great interest in, like this particular one, I think is appropriate, and it doesn't preclude the zone being added, but it would be on a site-specific basis, and if there's a need for expediency for some sort of reason, there's certainly opportunity for us to consider special meetings and an expedited process. So I'm pretty comfortable with this amendment. I'll support it.
Okay. Other comments? We have a motion moved and seconded. I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 5-1.
Okay, I'll go to the original motion as amended. That has been moved and seconded. Looking for other speakers. Seeing none, I'll call the vote.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 6-0.
Okay, takes care of our scheduled items. There are no items for direction. Okay, no deferred matters, additional business. I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councilor Rahman. The hand vote sufficient. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff, and thank you for those that stayed in the gallery. We are adjourned.